Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We have made it to day 31, which I didn't think we were going to make it to because I didn't think this trial would go 31 days, but it has gone 31 days. Good morning. I hope you guys have had a great morning so far. And we're about to kick it off. Y'all know I told you I'm going to be back on earlier now that I'm getting more settled so that we can do our roll call because I missed this time. So, good morning, Rita. Good morning, T. Hey, Fatima. Hey, Summer. Hey, Alicia. Hey, Shalon. How are you all? Hey, Sugar. Hey, Ebony S. Good morning, Capture. Good morning, Lexi. Good morning, Kira. Hey, Miss Davis. Good morning, Purple Queen. Hey, Nicole. Good morning. Good morning, T. How are you? Hey, Destiny. Hey, Sundrop. Good morning, Jazz. Good morning, Jasmine. How are you guys? Hey, Kaylin. Good morning, Shonda. Good morning, Gabrielle. Hey, Shay. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Beecher. Hey, Brianna. Hey, Missy. Good morning, DJ Mommy. Hey, Gina. Hey, Gigi. Good morning. Good morning, Kay. Hey, Jalen. Hey, Georgette. Good morning, Marquita. Hey, Tasha, girl. Hey, Tam Tam. Good morning, Lex. Hey, Princess. Good morning. Princess, you missed a sassy witness yesterday. Good morning, Mika. Hey, TL Goldie. Good morning, Sharonda. Hey, Amanda. Hey, Ash K. Good morning. Good morning, Miss Naturally Nolens. Okay. Good morning, Angelica. Hey, Chatty. Hey, Miss Renee. Hey, Maris. Good morning, Tia. Tia Tania. You know I gotta say that together. I can't just say Tia. Good morning, LaPanda. Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Rain. Hey, Jada. Good morning, Miss Cutie Pie. Girl, I was like, y'all touched something in my chat, went away. Good morning, Shandy. Hey, Crystal. Good morning, Brianna. Hey, Mia. Hey, Sharita. Good morning, everybody that is joining the live. Good morning. Good morning. I done missed something. Don't come in here not liking the live either. Please don't. Hi, Robin. Good morning. Love me in this teal. Girl, I was struggling this morning. I was just telling Mariah I've got to decide what I'm gonna do with my hair because I hate it right now. I'm not feeling myself on camera. It's either girl go dye the hair or go black. It's gonna have to be one or the other. But thank you. I was struggling. I don't even know where I found this tea at. Good morning. Good morning, Landis. Hey Dania. Hey Tracy. Good morning. Hey, Caitlin. Now, if Tracy is 53 and it's 115 of us, the likes should be a little better than that. Good morning, Luna Tuna. How are you? Hey, Danielle. Hey, Sherika. Good morning. Good morning, Patricia. Good morning, Heather. How are you doing this morning? Oh, thank Mariah. Ash said, dye your hair because black gonna give dagger. Bull dagger.
And what you think the blonde do?
Mariah said, "What you think the blood do?" Listen, yeah, I'm gonna fix it today. I was just see, I got online and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like yesterday, I was feeling it, and then it's growing. It's like, oh, it's awkward. I don't. I always say I'm gonna grow my hair out, and then I change my mind. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, period. Thank you, T. Thank you. Thank you so much, y'all. Let me pull up. It's 8:54. I don't know if Bev is gonna be on time. Yo, what capture? I really, really enjoyed Dr. L. Probably too much. And it could be Mariah F said the blonde is cute. She said she, she said still gay. Please get her together. I really enjoyed her. I really, really enjoyed Dr. L yesterday. And I think it's because we knew what Brennan was trying to do to her. Like, we knew where he was trying to go. And I don't know if she was warned. I don't know if they put up on game, what happened, but she was prepared. And see, again, she was one of those witnesses that relied on the science. Nothing changed her mind. And that's what I can appreciate it. I can appreciate the fact that as much as he wants to call her an advocate, she's like, no, when I looked at it, this is what I thought. And then tying the Lucas machine in, they've already heard the Lucas machine. They heard it with Alessi in the previous ME, who also said there was a possibility that the Lucas machine could have caused the injuries that we were seeing in his stomach, right? That's great. Oh, Jasmine, that was my favorite part. Hey, Amy, listen, that was my favorite part. She said it doesn't matter how fast or slow the car was going because it didn't hit him. And why was that so good? Because Alessi, although you kept saying she's not an accident reconstructionist, you kept asking her questions you'd ask an accident reconstructionist. I enjoyed her. One of my favorite witnesses so far. Hey, Miss Dreads. One of my favorite witnesses so far. Good morning, Amanda. I think she was very prepared. Did you guys? Hey, Siobhan. Good morning, Day. Good morning, Fanique. Hey, Sunny Days. The list of things that she told us she went through, right? She really digested in order to come to the conclusions that she came to. Now, the only thing that really was tricky for me, was the 15 minutes. I will tell you guys, the 15 minutes makes sense, right? But I think I wish she would have explained to us, because remember the other doctors were saying he would have been incapacitated for hours before he eventually died. Remember, Karen said she removed that glass and blood gushed out. The 15 minutes is the only thing that stood out to me. But on the flip side, if he did die within 15 minutes, he wasn't on that lawn. Right? Now that's, if we look at it that way, he was not on that lawn. I wanted her to kind of clarify to me, are you saying once everything happens, he'll die within 15 minutes? Or was he gone within 15 minutes? Like, he got hit, he was gone, because we know there's no interaction after 12:32. Was he just gone? That is the only thing that I wish she would have clarified. Okay, Lucky does make a lot of sense, because when you think about what she said, and that's again why I said, if I look at it the other way and we think about the 15 minutes, if we think about that 15 minutes, that man could not have been on that lawn. Good morning, Carol. He couldn't have been in that front yard. He could not have been in that front yard because everyone would have seen him leave that party. I mean, when they were leaving that party, no one saw him. And I do believe them. I believe they didn't see him because he was not there. He was not there. If he was gone within 15 minutes, they would have seen that man. Not a soul saw him. Lucky didn't see him. Up until like three, damn near 4 o'clock, Lucky didn't see him. So I really do believe he was not on that lawn, which means Karen could not have hit him. That injury to his head, every doctor has testified he would have been immediately incapacitated. Khalees, I wonder why. I didn't watch a lot of the pre-trial motions because, I got into the case late. So maybe she expressed it in a pre-trial motion that we missed. Good morning, Red. Maybe it was mentioned somewhere that we missed. The Massachusetts prosecution can move for a mistrial. Oh, Luna Tuna, you think he's going to do that? Jen said he wasn't dead when he was found. Sharonda, I think about this too. I think about this too. I really do. And Sharonda, this is why I wanted the 15 minutes to explain more. That's a very small detail in comparison to the other overwhelming evidence that proves that she did not hit him. But I wish she would have explained that more, because in my mind, I feel like once that head injury, once he sustained the head injury, I think there was a slow decline. And some people can't. Now, she did say everyone is different. Jen did say that, Aaron, but I don't think Jen knew for sure, because remember, Jen didn't immediately go to the body. Okay, hold up. I gathered her saying that after the brain swelling and not having anywhere to go, escape the injuries, you die. And, okay, thank you, Ash. That makes sense. This is why I love watching trial with you guys. What Ash is saying makes sense to me, Ash. And this is what I think, okay, this makes sense. As the brain can take hours to swell, but after that brain eventually swells to a point, you die within 15 minutes. Thank you, Ash. That helps me. Hey, Tati, good morning. Good morning, Ramel. Hey, Carter's mom. We are getting in the final lap. And I hope you guys saw Aaron did. Aaron talked about, hey, Mel, maybe you could rewatch things during verdict watch, and that's what I'll be doing. So I'll still be on my regular time, 8:45 a.m., and we'll just be doing rewatches during that time. So we'll still have something to watch. Of course, if you've already seen it, sorry, but that's what we're going to do. Good morning, Kaylin. Good morning. Well, Paris, listen to this though, Paris. Remember Jen said she removed the piece of glass from his nose and blood gushed out. And remember, this is why, and y'all, so for the prosecution, I didn't really understand why Hank was like really sticking on like this fact. He was like, if a person was dead, would blood be gushing out? Right? Would blood be gushing out? Now remember, Karen did have blood all over her face from giving CPR. They asked this question. So to me, Paris, that implies that he at least was still alive when they got to him. At least, at the very minimum, he was alive then. Now, remember, from the time they found him to the time he got to the hospital was about 40 minutes. So maybe he died. And this could be true, Paris. Thank you, Forrest, for the super chat. Question of the day. Will Welcher say he only looked at some of the x-rays, or Weasel never provided them to him? That's a great question. This morning, as I was setting up to get on live, no lie, I said, I hope the first question is, did you know there were x-rays? Because he was on that stand and said there weren't. And again, if your experts they don't feel like it's necessary to go through all of the evidence, I have a problem with that. Okay, I can agree with y'all. If we're going to go with the fact that there was no blood gushing, I agree he was gone. Paris said that she thinks Karen is remembering incorrectly. So maybe there was just blood on his face. Maybe. Good morning, Emmy. Hold on. Remember, Dr. L said that blood could have already built up there. Oh, thank you, Amanda. Amanda supports Paris and Ash's sentiments that he was already gone. And if blood built up there and it came out with that glass, okay. Okay, guys. Well, I guess it's a consensus over here on this side that he was already gone. It's just so sad. I didn't know John, but man, I'm telling you, I haven't heard anything that warranted that man losing his life. Can we please, hey, Kelly, can we please talk about the garage and the front of the house? Why does Bev not want me to come out? Kelly, I did not watch the pretrial motions. Maybe Forrest, Lexi's on here. If you guys can help us with this question, why did they keep those pictures out? I remember someone saying there was a motion about the third party culprit and who they could and couldn't talk about. How the hell does Bev get to decide who they can and can't talk about? This is one of the things that I'm learning during trial. I love listening to the lawyers, their arguments, even go back, look at some of the case law, because I really would like to understand that. I really would. Good morning, Haley. Oh, Haley, I don't think they have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty. And I am watching. Like, I do believe Karen is not guilty, right? And I'm trying to watch objectively, but I haven't heard any evidence that sways me. Is brain okay? Thank you, Elaine. Mel, when somebody is brain dead, there might be just one bit of his brain working, and your heart is the last thing to stop. My son lasted 40 minutes. Sorry for your loss, Elaine. 40 minutes after the life support machine was turned off. Thank you for that bit of information, Elaine, and I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. Hey, Miss Cherie, good morning. So, okay. Everything you guys are saying is you guys think that he was gone. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Let's get the fan pulled up. We should be seeing it by now. Yes, it is up. Okay. What about it not being anything in the yard to cause those patterns, meaning he had to have fell inside? Look, Lynette, I've always been of the mind that something happened to him in the house. I just have. Doug said he would have argued that mistrial. Sharonda, here's the thing. Bev doesn't allow it. Bev doesn't allow it. Child, Dave Bev just be talking. Here's the thing, guys. I think it's becoming more and more evident as the trial goes on. The defense knows what they're up against. She does not allow it. What is she? My ruling is my ruling. This is like it's she doesn't allow it, right? They're not a team in their courthouse. When I say a team, I say the lawyer, the prosecution, defense, the judge are all working to ensure that this is a fair trial. It is no. Good morning, Quiet Storm. There's none of that. Hey, Frenchie, there's none of that. Remember, they told Karen they were working on him when she asked, was he gone? Well, Sharonda, I think, like people said, his body has to warm up before they pronounce him dead. And not only does his body have to warm up, she was very hysterical. So keeping her at a neutral place was just, you had to do it. It had to be done. Hey, Nisha. Hey, Jaleesa. Good morning. It had to be done. So I think, hell, they would have told that lady whatever they needed to calm her down. I do believe that. But I do think the chat has convinced me he was gone. He was gone. And it makes sense, right? Because as Ash explained it to me, the doctor was telling us that once the brain got to a certain point of swelling, then within 15 minutes, he would have been gone. We have to keep in mind that he was possibly injured at around 12 a.m. He wasn't found until 6 a.m. That's plenty of time. And just pointing out, I think it was Amanda pointing out that she said blood could have built up to that spot. And once it was removed, it gushed out. Okay, I'm convinced. Kelly, I just really, y'all, I really hope. Maybe I'll get some Welch's grape juice. I think Mariah let me have that. because I need to have it on standby. I want her found not guilty on all charges. Leave this lady alone. I really wish, hey Beth, I really wish that AJ talked more about the just tell them the guy didn't go into the house. I almost feel like it's hard. It's out there, right? It's out there. And I feel, things like that assist with creating the doubt, poking holes in their stories. And that text, Beth, I know why you want more of it. That text, Beth, that damn text makes me believe more and more that they were in that garage. Now Forrest, he said, let's go, Bev, in your late starts. Come on now. And then we'll get up there and tell that, hey, Merch, get up there and tell that jury we're on track. We're doing so well with time. No, Haley. Haley, I think that's the one thing I missed from this trial. Seeing the weird movements of Brian Higgins, the weird movements of the Alberts, even Caitlin. I missed that from this trial. I miss it from the trial, but I also think the state has done enough of their not calling Proctor was very telling. Good morning, Lynn. Hey, TL Goldie. I don't know. Hey, Drea, how are you? Danielle said he was already gone. At first, the regular life's check was done by the first medic. Only did the lead medic decide to give him is very but no signs of life. John was gone. I got you, Danielle. What Danielle is saying, that second medic came and was doing everything, because I felt like all of the stuff they told me they did to save him, I said, man, like they really tried to save this man. Good morning, Lacey. Lacey said he will in closing. I can take that, Lacey. I really hope AJ does the closing. I really want him to do the closing. I really do. Nicole said Bev is a gaslighter. Hey, Shelly. Good morning. Good morning. Amanda said a not guilty on Friday the 13th would hunt Bev and Hank's ass for the rest of their lives. Amanda, if there is a not guilty on Friday the 13th, child, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. Oh, y'all, if there is a not guilty on Friday the 13th, we Amanda, let's see if that happens. Let's see if that happens, Amanda, because Amanda, you on to something. I didn't even think about Friday would be the 13th. Oh, that would be so good. That would be so good. Okay, Sharonda says she saw where a woman hit her husband. He was stuck under the SUV. She was drunk AF and didn't leave the scene. The way Jen stayed looking out, Karen wouldn't have had time to move him. Sharonda. Again, here's that doubt again. There's no way Jen really kept going to that door. There's no way she kept going to that door and did not see Karen hit him. Someone texted yesterday, and I believe this to be true as well, that Jen did not initially know what happened. By the time she left the house, she did know. By the time she left that house, she knew something. But she did not initially know. And I do agree with that. Hey, Morgan. Good morning. Hey, Maris. Oh, you think so, Brianna? Brianna, you don't think... y'all tell me this. Did you guys prefer Dr. L over Dr. Russell? I am going to say I prefer Dr. L. And the reason why I prefer Dr. L, because Dr. Russell kind of talked about the dog bites. I think we looked at it, we just pretty much we could tell. Dr. L talked about what happened inside their body, right? What happened inside of his body, because there are no other really bad injuries, no fractures, no broken bones. Dr. L told me what his body went through after he sustained the injury. After. I think Hank will try to shake this guy. Oh, well, here's the thing, Day. I have confidence in both crash daddies. These men are educated. They are passionate about their work. I'm confident. Okay. Brianna definitely going with Dr. L. Okay, a lot of you guys are preferred Dr. L, Dr. Lolo. Hey, Amanda. We're happy to have you, Amanda. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's see. Definitely Dr. L. I love Dr. L too. And I think it's because wait a minute. She said the dog crate is in that garage and they don't want to confirm that. Child. Hold on. Now, I preferred Dr. L because, again, Dr. L, I think she wasn't there to really go against what the Commonwealth's ME testified to, right? More so to confirm it and give you a different look on things. And I think, excuse me, she did such a great job doing that. I personally, the Commonwealth's ME, Dr. L, I think they had the best testimonies that proved that Karen did not hit that man. They were the best witnesses for that. Okay, y'all, looks like we started.
Good morning, jurors. Morning. I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
Doctor, on mind you're still under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, Doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
Thank you. KK for ID.
Let me know whenever you, pardon me, let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure. You want me to bring up the PowerPoint? Or?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with
Sure.
that.
Let's see here. There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer, ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of apertures testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze apertures testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar for just a minute,
Why can't
please.
he say this? Now, here's the thing. Everything ARCA did this go around is in direct response to what Aperture did. Now, hold up, y'all. I'm sorry. Who is the new character we've unlocked? Sitting next to Peg. Who is this new character in her khakis and her button up? New character unlocked? Who is that? Who is that? That's a new. Hey, cat. Good morning. Wait a minute. It's too damn early. It's too damn early for the foolishness in this chat. It is too damn early. We just started this live. But I said, nah, I hadn't seen her. Y'all think it's probably Peg's sister? Who said John's uncle? Man, y'all just really go too far. Who is that? I really want Auntie. Who is Auntie? Who is Auntie? Y'all, okay, am I crazy? She said she got that thick hair like Bev. That's Bev's niece. Good morning, Lanique. I don't know who that is. It's just she sticks out like a sore thumb. I've never seen her in court before. So I did wonder, like, okay, who is this? Somebody said, is that Rosie? They keep saying that's Roseanne. They keep saying that's Roseanne. I really want to know. Maybe it's a cousin or something. Good morning, pretty. I don't think I spoke to you this morning. Good morning, Bia. Bia, we trying to figure out who Auntie is. Because I haven't seen her. And we were pretty much looking over there for about the last 30 days. Well, y'all, let me tell y'all. I don't know if y'all saw yesterday. So Paul submitted a motion so that he wouldn't be called in Turtle Boy's trial, which is today. So they said if you don't see Paul between 11 and 1 p.m., it's because he has to go testify in Turtle Boy's trial. He was trying to get out of it. Paul said he knows I'm at Karen Reed's trial every day, and they're just trying to shake that up. I said, Paul, the trial, go watch it online. It's streamed every day. It's streamed every day. If you miss something, Paul, I promise you can go back and watch. Hell, Peggy half don't want you there. You think we care if you're not in that, if you're not sitting in that seat? Yes, Paul has to be in court today. He has to be in court. All he's saying. I'd be sad too if my mama said, Paul over there. He's sad too.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis, that's the second point on your PowerPoint, what was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question?
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank
correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle. We ran into it to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate it. You have to go back and see if we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. You know, I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually.
I knew Hank was going to object. I knew Hank was going to object.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real-world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah, and I would like to explain an
Please.
example of what's important with that. So I was going to say I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
We're gonna stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less
Mine is
editorializing.
all personal.
Now he done gave
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
his baby
ahead.
shout out.
Details matter, okay? Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details.
And baby shout out.
You have to explain how things happen, okay? You, as an expert, I can't come in and just say,
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Let me just say this. He is different from last trial. Do you guys get the sense that he's different? He wasn't this talkative the last trial. Y'all know he wasn't up there as long. Baby, this is his time to shine because now he giving his child a damn shout out. But happy birthday, Kai.
Why do details matter?
because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think.
Next question.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research, you need peer-reviewed articles, you need evidence, you perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form.
Yeah, this too much. Baby, just get my friend down. He's not gonna make it.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from? These two slides.
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right. So you didn't create these.
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be at about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis, the fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you used the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter, so we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing this sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why?
Because clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is, yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis and the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
Sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
You said they
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No,
Would they be more properly described in another way?
it would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force, they're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. Bless you. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are, yes.
Did you see, you reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or these records?
It was a series of the X-rays, yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore X-rays, if they existed?
No. If X-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be an increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these X-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a X-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
Yeah, what more do we?
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
Nothing.
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie,
We lied.
what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you note, did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
the humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint either.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint.
I would ask him that. I would ask, did you receive x-rays from the Commonwealth? Because if he didn't, then that looks bad on the Commonwealth, because why are you hiding evidence?
Can we go to the next slide, please?
I think we're going to see later today. Hey, Jennifer. This is terrible.
Maybe. Let me see if I can start back in on it here. Okay, there we go.
Shelly, I kind of am too.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's come to sidebar for a minute, and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
So what's Bev's problem? What's Bev's problem then? Let me tell y'all, I almost feel like Bev is having as hard of a time listening to Rentschler as Hank is having listening to him. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning. And I say that because I didn't hear an objection. Did I miss it? I do have a 5-year-old here talking to me off camera, but did I miss the objection? It sounds like Bev is really trying to streamline Dr. Rentschler's testimony. I didn't hear it. Are y'all feeling that? Let me tell you, I am really, the energy Bev is giving me while he is on the stand is she's annoyed by him too. And you have no damn reason to be annoyed by this man. No damn, okay. Oh, Lexi said there was not an objection. It's almost as if she's listening to the questions and predicting or anticipating what AJ is about to ask. And she just said, come up here. Let's talk about this real quick. It felt like that, Lexi. It felt like... Y'all, this lady has to be dealt with. I don't know what happened. And this is what's scary to me. I think I said this. I don't know who I was talking to. maybe it was you guys because I hadn't really been online. I have an issue with judges being allowed to just run amok with no checks and balances during trials. Like there's nobody to check them. And that's just so scary because when you watch this trial and the things Bev has done, it's not like she has a supervisor who could say something to her like, "Hey, you need to correct this." It's not like that, and she gets to just do whatever. She just gets to do. She just gets to do whatever. Not a hit, Erica, but I do think she needs to go before a board or something. I know a lot of you have said that this was her third murder trial, and it shows. It shows. Okay, Danielle said, my thing is this: let Hank let Welcher get on the stand and testify that it was 0 X-rays done. He did. So whether Welcher omitted them from his report, Hank read the damn report first before it was ever testified to. True. And Danielle, when Welcher said it, I was like, maybe it was a setup question from the defense all along. I was like, dang, why didn't they take X-rays? You know, because in my mind, I'm like, why not confirm it? And I said, dang, why didn't they take X-rays? The fact that they did, I was like blown away. Why would he say that? And I have this issue with Hank. And sometimes, like, I had this issue with Mariah yesterday. We were talking about something and she went to Google it. And I was like, I don't care what Google says. And I had to come back home and I apologize. Like, my bad, Mariah. Because I do believe if you are not 100%, you should always be you should always try to get the answer to your question. And if he wasn't 100% sure of whatever he was doing in his in these experiments, he should have checked the information. You had everything. You had Hank's phone number. If you needed to verify X-rays, you could have called him and said, hey, do we have X-rays? Say something. Or when he was on that stand, don't say something you're not 100% sure of. If he has never seen X-rays, right? He should have never said there were none. I would have accepted, well, if there are X-rays, I hadn't seen them. I would have accepted that. But the fact that he stood 10 tones, there wasn't even any done. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Key, I'll tell you guys what happened yesterday. I know I had to take Barchi to the vet yesterday. When I took her outside, I thought I saw worms in her poop and I freaked out. I was like, oh my God. So I immediately go make this appointment with the vet. I say, I think she has worms and I'm scared. Y'all, I'm thinking my dog is about to die. How did my dog get worms? She's not an outside dog. How did my baby get worms? What did she eat? It's $477. Now I thought I told y'all $67. $77 later. They said, oh, it looks like she just ate something. They tested her. I had to pay for all of this stuff yesterday. They tested my dog to tell me looks like she may have just eaten something and it just came out in her poop. 400. So Key, the whole internet story was, Mariah just got a new dog. So she was scared that if Barchi had it, she gave it to her dog. And I'm like, no, your dog couldn't get it that way. And I'm already mad and frustrated because like I take care of my dog. How did this happen? I'm frustrated. And I walk past her and y'all, she over there. That's what she takes. That's what Barchi takes too, Shelly. She's Googling something about worms. And now I'm even more pissed because if something is wrong, hell, I got to pay for your dog. Like it was just a terrible day yesterday, y'all. All of that for nothing to be wrong with my dog. She ate, whatever she was eating. And now she with her dog food, I mix in Fresh Pet. So at this point, I really just think something in the fresh, that it was something in the fresh pet. I don't really leave like food around for her to get in the house. I don't even know what she could have eaten. I think it's the fresh pet. But yeah. Castor and Ballworming tablets. Well, she takes the Simparica, the trio. She takes that already. But you know, when we were in the apartment, she'd have to go outside. Did she pick up? I didn't know, y'all. And Barchi, let me tell you, Mariah said, comparing Barchi to your mama is crazy. I said, Lord, I just lost my mama. Don't take my dog. Don't take my dog. I was driving to the vet. I was driving. I was like, Barch, I'm so sorry. Forrest, please stop. Y'all was texting. I was driving, talking about. They must, I don't know, y'all, but I was driving to my Barch, mommy, sorry. I said, please be okay. Oh, it was a dramatic day yesterday, baby. I ain't never got dressed so quick in my life, child. I think I saw it about 7:30. Child, I was on that phone. I got her appointment for 8:15. I was in there. I said, I don't care the cost. She said, ma'am, it's going to be. I said, that's fine. Just fix my dog. Girl, the lady was looking at me like I was crying. She was looking at me like I was crazy. She was like, I mean, if it's in her stool, she'll probably be okay. And I'm just looking at her, and in my head, I'm saying, this bitch think this a game. She thinks this shit a game. My dog better be okay. Lacey, overreacting cost me $477. Okay. And I was telling Mariah, she was like, Mama, I said, Mariah would have worked all night, 40 days and 40 nights to make sure my dog was okay. Y'all should have seen the lady. She's like, if it's in her stool, more than likely it'll be okay. Girl, I took them a sample and everything, baby. That lady came out. She said, ma'am, the dog just ate something. So with all of that, yeah. Erica, I couldn't even focus yesterday. Listen, Jay, I was running through the house like Karen. Do you hear me? Jay, you should have seen me running up. Now, y'all know I'm sore from working out. You should have seen me running up and down these stairs. Okay? By the time I got on this live, baby, I had a morning. Do you hear me? No, you know they're gonna ask for one anyway. So I took it. I said I wanted them to see what I saw. I sure did. I wanted them to see what I saw and for them to test everything and tell me, ma'am, your dog just ate something. I was screaming, y'all. Baby, I was panicking. Mariah was sitting on that phone, y'all. She didn't even know I saw her. She was Googling, how can dogs get worms? I said, I don't care what Google says. She said, I came back and I said, Mariah, my entire drive, I thought about how mean I was to you. I said, I should not have been mean to you. It wasn't your fault. The dog was going through this. She said, oh, it's fine. Because as soon as you went in the garage, she said, no, I was fine after that. She said, Mariah said, I was trying to disguise it. And here you go walking right past me. I said, you're my child, baby. Because if it was me, I would have Googled too. If it was me, I would have needed confirmation that my dog wasn't going to get worms from yours. She's my child. She may not look like me, but she acts like me. She has these mannerisms like me. I would have done it too. I wasn't really even looking at her phone. I just saw her on it, and I knew what she was doing. I don't give a damn what Google says. I don't want to hear it. Right now, I don't want to hear it. I knew what she was doing. She's my child. She's my child, but she'll tell you. Baby, yesterday morning was crazy, child. I was sad. Yeah, I thought my dog was gonna die. I thought y'all ain't shit in these comments. I love to tell y'all that. I would love to tell y'all that. Man, it was a hard day. Y'all, she said, I was walking. I said, I don't care what Google says. And I was walking down, she said, and if that's your attitude, that's the wrong way to be.
Jurors, I apologize that took so long, but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out. So, sure.
Long story short, y'all. That leave me save yourself for a minute. Go get some med. Go get that worm medicine and start on it. I'm looking at this dog right now beside me sleep. Give me my money.
Okay.
Dr. Rentschler, my eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this? That's
Number 12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions regarding this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Thank you, Brett.
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact with to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the tail light, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from aperture?
These are all from aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of and all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or.
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep, so ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your
I feel like-
understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time,
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
with the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please.
Okay, y'all hear that? 9 holes, 36 different abrasions.
What is this?
These are, the top two and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Very wow.
What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
That's very important.
Why?
Video.
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher, as it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with the vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25?
Please keep showing it for us. It just looks.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in as demonstrated by the paint test with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle is actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier.
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if, in fact, it contacted the taillight and if, in fact, it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
I'm done.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or of the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same, well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Yeah, Hank is about to be.
This is on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down, and so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm.
Mm-hmm.
If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean, before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please?
Yeah, what should be just say, you know what? I don't think I should put that.
Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see, even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the biceps. So as it comes in, watch the elbow.
He goes around.
All of a sudden, shoot in.
And then he moves.
Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm.
Yeah.
In order to get that pattern of pain on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that pain pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that, that pattern.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this part, this approximate part of your arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what are what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
I don't know why I didn't recognize it was only one test before. I don't know why I didn't register when we were listening. It was just probably so much. I kind of told them out. Who knows? One test.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt, with 9 holes in it?
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight?
Hey, Mira.
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts pain on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data.
Nothing.
And the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test,
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
in which the elbow was shot forward and then
He leaned.
the arm and upper arm was
Oh,
leaned
okay.
into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies, they use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar to if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward. That's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm, and here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Should have had some fractures.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in this?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, the acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So, 300 G's, if you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 G's means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulna or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and, again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
When it made it to the flagpole is what I'm hearing.
What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. It was a GoPro that was recording that real-time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24-mile-an-hour impact?
G-force, let me see exactly.
Could you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something?
Yes, my report.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, actually, that's what I love about AJ. And I think I heard the lawyer, say that too, how he would try to simplify everything.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs. And for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you.
I'm done. I don't need to see any more. All they need
One more frame back.
is cross,
One more back.
which I have no doubt he did.
Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, certainly there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm and also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence, based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay, it's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not. I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass,
How did he get over there?
he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground.
I just said this.
You can, average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, it shattered, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
We can end it.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Just hang it up.
And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hood?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve, no.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This, again, this shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever. And it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please.
We can hang this up. Y'all.
What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the liftgate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
Yeah, at this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the hands, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please.
We can hang this one up.
What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
from a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing,
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
so here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. A, it shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is twofold.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle is moving. That main direction, that main force moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And if I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
That looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average, it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from Aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that. No, sir.
Next slide, please.
Let it go.
What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly, the paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces, again, on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that
And
enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at
Nothing.
impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma, there were no fractures, there wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising, there was no lacerations, there was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please.
Hang it up. Definitely, it's not going to happen. Hang it up.
And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50.
This is insane.
What slide
I'm
are we
going to
on?
keep singing.
Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred. And there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that opinion?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
Did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during auto-ped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially at center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee. The bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Let's go to the next slide.
I just keep hearing, I don't believe so.
Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this?
Y'all know I didn't see this, but do y'all see where the dummy goes? Look at where the dummy goes, just in case people haven't seen this.
Slide, please.
Look at where the dummy goes.
We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
No way.
What are we looking at in this series of diagrams?
So this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and show it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
What?
Did this support your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually.
Sure.
So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there, the last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of or the height of the bumper itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, the academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test?
No.
Or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please.
We
And
know
let's keep
that,
moving
Brianna.
until we get to the, yes, there we go.
Hold on.
What does that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
Okay, Brianna, I know that it's different, but what I'm saying is, like, organ donation was like, my mama, she was mad that I chose to do that. That's to me, that was a sacrifice, right? But as I'm thinking about the donating your whole body for science, Brianna, I know that people do it, but I never imagined that having your body be struck by a car was a part of the science. I'm just saying I never thought about it, and the thought of it just really, really scares me. It scares me. I know I'll be gone. I've actually chosen to be cremated. So I know I don't need my body, but thinking about it now, it's like when Brianna said you're not using the body, I might need to think about it. But maybe I need to write, don't run me over with a car. I don't know. The family's stressed because they know the bullshit. They know that this is bullshit. Oh, y'all, I thought Paul had on the plaid shirt. Paul has on the suit today. Next, I told my kids, take my insurance money and live. Take me, and I want you to spread my ashes in the lake because I don't want
Dr. Rentschler,
you to have to speak me up.
can we move to slide? Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
70, Mr. Jackson?
That's what was, I was just looking at. 7, thank you.
Apparently, stress
I wish my eyes were better. Slide 70.
Oh. Let me restart it here.
Yes, Claudia. Yes, he has court today. I will testify.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide? This is slide 7. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rentschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts. And there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71? Do you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilized. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD,
Child, look at Welch.
anthropomorphic test device,
Yes.
was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
Is it 50%?
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please.
Actually, Kay thought he had a point, and Dr. Wolf shut him down.
By the way, Dr. Rentschler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide, though. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh.
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
Let him go, Bev. Well, it looks like he was slow dancing.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds
He looked like he's
of the video
with this damn thing.
and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
Opinions and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video?
Yes.
Thank you.
What the hell is he doing?
What did you see? Describe what you saw
Hold up, here we-
in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I'm
Just
going to ask you
fell
one other
backwards.
question.
But he just up there doing.
I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you can tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the
Okay.
PowerPoint.
It look like it, doesn't it, Blake? Doesn't it, Blake? Sheep?
Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because, again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustained is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
I'm going to see you at sidebar.
What's the problem here? Okay,
Jurors will be taking our break.
Forrest, I know you just updated your list, which that you're keeping track of the objections, the sidebars, and the strikes. Well, now you've got to add another sidebar after you just added another sidebar. Because I think for me, I would like to know what they're talking about at the bench so I can understand why she's always stopping testimony. She is always stopping testimony, and I think she is about to go to break too. So there's that. He's been saying kinematics, but I think it's the kinematics coupled with what he's trying to get him to say. I think that's what it is. That has to be what. Oh, Paul is gone. Oh, it's 11. It's 11, guys. Paul is gone. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Okay. I was posting something, y'all. Sorry. I hope I'm in the right group. Sorry, y'all. I had to post something to my family page for my sister. Is it live, y'all? Because while we on break, we can watch that. Hold up. Hold on. I don't see it yet, guys. Because they're live, but they are live at Karen Reed's trial. Let's see if we see Turtle Boy. Yeah, they're live at Karen's trial. It's today. Oh, Turtle Boy posted a Zoom link. Okay, give me just a second. Let me get on here and get it. And I'll post it. We'll go to it. Let's see. No, wrong person. All right. So he has a Zoom link, they say. Oh, damn, y'all. I hope my Zoom up to date on my laptop. Let me see. Join. Okay, now my Zoom up to date. Let me see, 575. Not 204, okay. Oh, dang, y'all. I can't show it. I can't show it on here. I'm gonna leave the meeting. I can't show it because they have, hey, Shataka, thank you. It's still my laptop. I just think I type fast and it's loud. So it's loud. But I can't show the Turtle Boy trial because as soon as you log on, it says no recording unless by the court. And I'm streaming and I'm recording this live. So I don't want to put it on here. I wonder if that means I can't look at it from my phone. That's still recording. I can't look at it. I'm just gonna do right. I'm gonna just do right. I don't need any problems on YouTube. Lacey said everyone plays it. Lacey, I'm just too scared. I don't have time for any issues with them. So what I will do is after court is over, I'll look to see if I see some clips somewhere, but I'm too scared to play it. I'm too scared. I don't want copyright. What? Missy, you want to
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can hear my wife
Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything,
Rentschler.
did I do that again? My goodness.
keep doing it.
This is Dr. Welcher in the video, correct?
Correct.
All right, I was staring at that, I apologize. Dr. Rentschler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being, of the body placement, where you discussed the body placement, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
See? Mm-mm. Do y'all notice that he dyed his hair? He dyed his hair for this shirt. Or maybe he looked too old, or maybe people were saying that. I think I definitely see it.
Finally, Dr. Rentschler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto
And do
back
you
of
hold
his
that
head.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's
So
go.
now we'll take our break, folks.
Oh,
We'll see you
damn.
in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors right this way.
Just follow up.
You are muted.
Miss Aston cleared to spend all my money on this dog. Okay, guys. Sorry. ARCA is done. ARCA is done. I mean, we have to do the redirect and all of that. But as of now, the defense has finished their direct of their last witness. They're done. How do you all feel about their case in chief? We can take our break, y'all. We're on break right now. I'm sure lunch is going to be ignorant too. We're on break right now. So if you'd like to talk, let's talk about it. Because essentially, I know we have redirect and everything to go through, but essentially, they've asked what they're going to ask. How do you guys feel? Lexi said they've solidified the not guilty. Danny says a strong case. What? Elaine, you must be behind. She said, I told my kids, hold on, y'all. I just got to see this because I know what she's talking about. I'm not getting burnt in case I was up. They can't bury me because I don't want to be eaten by spiders or worms. I'm getting stuff to scare the shit out of them. Child! Now, y'all had a dream, I think when my mom passed, I had a dream that I was in a casket. I know this sounds crazy before I say it, so don't be in the chat time. Mel, that's crazy. I said, hey, Brianna.
Hey y'all. I get out here until somebody join.
Oh no, listen, y'all. I said, y'all had a dream I was in a casket and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. And I woke up. My mother had, well, she couldn't have been dead by then. She wasn't dead. But I woke up and I said, do not put me in a casket. I can't take it. Plus, who's gonna make sure my makeup and stuff right that casket? No, I don't trust y'all. Just let me go.
Oh, you see my shirt? Well, you don't know if you can see it today.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's so cute, Brianna. No, what? No better.
No better. No better sorority.
That's so cute. I love
It's
it.
my mama's child. I don't know. I stole it from her. It's such an old shirt.
I was when I moved, I still got stuff in the garage I have to go through. I like have some of her Zeta stuff in the garage right now. In the garage. Hey everybody, Missy, it's just accurate, okay? I said don't do it. It's audio only. His cousin is testifying.
So explain Turtle Boy's trial. What is his trial for?
I don't know. The bare minimum. It is Kellen. I don't even know what it is, but I know we gave a lot of her Zeta stuff away because my mama had a ton, and like some of her sorority sisters got some of it. I feel like the two things I saved were for me. Like they still have her scent on it and stuff. So I feel like that, but I'll check it and see. I'll check it and see. So the Glare is streaming, it's audio only. Thank you, Forrest. So from what I gather, witness intimidation. They're saying like he would be, say they were at a soccer game, or maybe sometimes he'd organize something and they walk up on these witnesses and tell them to tell the truth and things like that. So that's what I gathered from X. I don't know everything. And violating the restraining order, allegedly. Thank you, Kat. Like he's not supposed to be within so many feet of these people. He did go hard. I will say he went really hard. I just wouldn't have done some of the stuff, but I'm not him. I'm not in the city. You know, like some of it, I was like, what? But I'm not in the city. So
Yeah, he is a little rough. I've seen some of his videos. I'm like, I'd be scared of him too, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it's like it reminds me of like me before understanding my OCD. Okay. Sometimes I would just do too much, go too hard about something that you really didn't have to go hard about. And then you're like, damn, I shouldn't have done that. Like, I just think sometimes some of the stuff, I don't know all the details, let me say that. But from what it sounds like from watching him and other people, sometimes it could have gone a different way. It didn't have to be where we are right now. It just didn't have to be there. Caitlin says, sometimes the truth hurts. Hold on, let me see what Caitlin said. Sometimes the truth hurts and people don't want to hear it, and he's not one to sit back and let people tell fake stuff without his opinion. I get that, Caitlin, and I don't think the issue is just him telling his side. It sounds like it just went a little further, like you're in people's spaces, and it seemed like it went a little further, but I don't know. I can't wait to see what happens from his trial.
So what is he facing?
It's like 16 counts of witness intimidation, I feel like.
Is it jail or is just like a fine?
No, I think he's facing jail time. No, I don't know. No. Oh, that's so cute, Angelica. I didn't do my mom's, but she did look nice in her at her service. I didn't do hers though. Yeah, they talk about him in court all the time.
What text?
I just think some of it sounds like it was overwhelming. We're at break, Danielle. Some of it sounds like it was overwhelming. Again, I hadn't followed or kept up with what he has going on, but I mean,
felonies. Oh,
wait,
felonies.
Oh, I thought you said Melanie.
Yeah, I said felonies. Dang.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Brianna. This is not. Forrest says today is misdemeanor violation of a restraining order that was already expired from a year ago. Say what?
Well, the courtroom looked crowded.
Thank you, Miss Davis. They're trying to revoke his bail on a felony witness intimidating charge and picketing. Now, see, and this is what I'm saying. Picketing at the Albert's house.
I don't know. Title Boy just remind me of SpongeBob. He just be doing stuff. He just be.
I haven't followed him much. And I will have to keep saying this, guys. I'm all for the fact that this man
Flippy.
he brought national attention to this trial. And I wouldn't know it. A lot of us wouldn't know this trial without him. I get that. But damn it, picking it at their house.
This crazy. Capture. He sleep, child. I don't know. He went down.
Yeah, brought you hanging off her bed. I bought her another dog bed. I said, I hope this one lasts.
He gonna miss his bed. He an old man, so he care about comfort.
Girl, she has a new dog bed, but I'm smart now. When I leave the house, I know not to leave the dog bed in the crate because I will come back. Oh yes, but Barchi, like, she has really bad separation anxiety. I wish I could put I should put a camera in, like, wherever I leave her to see how long she cuts up when I leave. Or I'll come back, it's ripped to shreds. If it's anything near her that she can pull in her cage, she'll pull it in, rip. It's just bad.
I have a camera just to see what he be doing. He just be on the couch sleep.
They weren't even at home, TL Goldie.
Well, this is not really a restraining order violation, is it?
No, I don't know if she talking about that or when they went picketing.
Oh.
Paradox, he does not give a damn. Ken, the crazy part is, after seeing that bill, I said, well, I'll ask them next time. I'll ask them about those pills next time.
It's his place in Memphis called Three Dog Bakery, and they sell little doggy treats for them, like the anxiety treats.
I need to, when I'm going home next weekend, so I need to get some. And I'll see if they work. I've tried the doggy wanna. I don't think that works for her.
I don't know. I'm trying to
never fly with her. I know that now. Never.
You'll be better getting it from the vet because he got bit by a dog at daycare. And so, like, the medication he was on, because he had to have surgery, the medication he was on, girl, they bit his ear. So he missing a little piece of ear.
I'd be ready. Did they put that dog down?
I don't know if they put the dog down, but I did go off on the owners because they was trying to be like, well, we can't make the people pay. I said, who can't make the people pay? Because I'm not paying this vet bill. They're going to pay this vet bill. And they finally sent me the money. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. So
I apologize for saying Curtis boy sometimes do too much. Because, baby, the way I would have cut up at the daycare about making my baby ear bit off. I would have been on there in the mug shot. Because, baby, the way, the really good.
Go back.
Purple Paradox, send it to me online. Message me on Instagram the name of them. I'll try it. Baby, the way I would have cut up. Ooh, Paris right now just thinking about, do we want to go with the hospital or go who I have my the car and the rental insurance through? Because I need some new insurance.
I was thinking about getting him insurance, but honestly, he's a very, like, chill dog. Like, I don't really pay that much out of pocket for him. Me
either. Barchi doesn't really get sick other than this mess today. I normally don't spend a lot of money on her throughout the year. I buy her, I get her Trio. I get it for 6 months. And then, I keep that done.
Yeah.
Y'all know I was grooming her myself. She has not had a haircut. I'm too scared. I'm traumatized. So I got to take her to the groomer now. She got her updated shots. I've been too scared. I normally will cut her hair. She's never this big in the summertime. So I've got to take her to go get her hair cut. Yeah. Now she got her shots, I can.
Key.
You right, Key. She doesn't. Let's not talk about it.
You know,
Talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it.
my dog got to be sick for at least 3 days before I take him to the vet. He
She
be,
said, you, Tasha, if you don't get off this live talking about we traumatized.
you did traumatize us. We was sending prayers and everything.
Never ever miss Barchi up. Like, she has the cutest haircuts from I do a really great job with my dog. I just think it was very foolish of me to not have all the lights on in the bathroom. I think it was very foolish of me to do, and Barchi suffered tremendously. I'm trying to show y'all. I do a great job with Barchi's haircuts.
That's actually insane. That's actually insane.
I do a great job with her. Let me show y'all one of Barchi's haircuts for me. She looks, where's that? My favorite picture, one of my favorite pictures of her. And I did this, guys, okay? This is not Petco. This is Melanie. I cut her hair. I did that. I do a really great job with Barchi. Look at my little girl.
You just
I do a really great job with her. I just don't know what happened that day. Kids, they call her Bachi. Oh, I don't know what happened. Destin, don't do that. Don't do that. She talking about she look a little thin there. Bachi's really like 10 pounds with her hair. Sometimes she's like another pound or so, but she's a small dog.
Yeah, she itty bitty, but
she looks so cute. I'm telling you.
You know, small dogs be having short man syndrome. That's why they be acting like that. I
pray because Mariah has the golden doodle now, and the doodle, like y'all also know. Thank you, Caitlin. Y'all know that Caitlin, let me look at it right now.
Let me see if I can show it. Can you see? Oh shoot. I don't know if you can see let me see.
Is the air gone?
To see the two.
Oh no!
It looks better now that his hair has grown out because it's not that it's not that obvious. But yeah.
I would have been ready to beat those people ass. I've been at the police station.
It's a chain.
Put it down.
Have you heard of it's a chain place, Camp Bow Wow? Baby, I left them a Google review, everything, a real Google review with pictures, because I was like, y'all not gonna have my dog out here looking like that.
Girl, they said we traumatized, don't do it. Y'all, I just really don't know what happened that day with her.
Erica.
But Mariah, now that I have a garage, Mariah found this like grooming thing. Like it looks
Erica, I'm gonna send it to you.
It looks like you're at the groomer. She's talking about, look, Mike Tyson must have been at dog and daycare. Keep getting I need to get off.
He goes to another one now. Well, he started going to another one.
Child.
That's why we try to
say 10 shades darker OTH. He has. I said Shador is really, him and Bucky, they're really Dion's chocolate babies. And Shador is definitely darker. Did you?
Bucky was like half a foot taller.
Bucky is handsome.
He is very handsome.
He's very handsome. He's just little as hell.
If he was half a foot taller, I'd be like, okay.
He is very handsome. He's very handsome. But you know what? I said Bucky don't open his mouth when he talks.
Only time he opened his mouth when he ready to hustle. He be ready to tussle. I'm like, oh yeah. That's Dion, okay?
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Yeah, but I thought yesterday, I know y'all were on break and the conversation has gone here. So if you're on these lives regularly, you have to be okay and understand how our conversations go. He does, Key. He does. I just try to, when he's talking, I don't even look at the camera because I don't want to see that you're not even opening your mouth to say words, okay? I don't want to see it. Hold on.
That's hilarious.
Oh no, we're fine. Kylie, they're so nice. Kylie said, "Are we being loud? We're doing a dance battle."
I know that's
I hear
right.
you say. His music is Bia. Yeah, his music is really good, Bia. I agree. I love it. I just love that they'll try a lot of different things. I do love that about it. But I love Shador. Y'all, I'm so embarrassed to say that I bought his rookie card. One day, maybe it'll be worth a lot of money. I just bought it to buy it. I got it the other day.
I'm sure it was probably cheap right now at this point. So
It was like $20-something.
yeah,
So I bought the rookie. But it's so funny because y'all have never been a football fan or anything, okay? Mini paper plate is crazy.
it's so funny.
Mini paper plate is actually insane. I love, you know what, Paris? I just saw him talk about how the thing that he's done the most is get closer to God. Like, get closer to God during this time. Oh, you're right, Bill. It will be. I'm just gonna put it up somewhere. But I do love. He said that's something. And you have to be close to God because it does seem like this is very different than what he's used to. But I like him. I love what's happening with him right now. But we're almost coming back. So I want to ask this, Brianna. Do you feel like the defense has proven to you that she wasn't hit by a car?
Yeah, I think Dr. L yesterday she was like, it didn't happen. Like that, to me, that was like it was pretty obvious. And then even today with what's his name, Rentschler, which his name is not spelled the way it sounds, but Rentschler.
I must just say Andrew.
He, even the way he was like talking, like Merch called it, baby. Wilshire leaned in, and Hank want to talk about, well, a dummy is on a is propped up, so that's not the natural movement of a body. Neither is somebody knowing that a car is going to come hit him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he can't. That's not science. Like he can't stop the fact that his body is going to naturally react.
I just think that the Arca, right? Even the last trial. In last trial, they were not this detailed, right? They gave us. Hold on.
You just told them they were loud.
They're probably telling the story over here. I think that Arca, even more, this trial has solidified that that man was not hit by a car. There's no way possible. The fact that he is telling us if this car struck him, he would be going the direction of the car. He would not have ended at that flagpole.
No. And that's why I'm like still confused about how he even got to the flagpole. Like it wasn't like it was tire marks in the grass and stuff. So it's still it didn't make any sense for him to get hit. It just didn't make sense. And I don't feel like the Commonwealth, because I ain't trying to be like Hank, so I don't even want to shift the burden to the defense.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the Commonwealth haven't proved anything. Everybody they hired cost more money and did less work. Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Underworked and overpaid is what I say Aperture was.
Exactly.
I didn't notice, and man, shout out to the defense for actually showing that this man's arm rubbed, like he moved. Like I didn't catch that. I didn't either.
But then if you think about it though, this man is a quote unquote scientist.
Mm-hmm.
He can't help but react. Just like if somebody was like, don't blink, and they did like that, you are going to blink. You can't help your natural body reacting.
Yes.
I said, like, this is just a crazy way to be exposed as fraud on national TV. This is absolutely insane.
It's been a lot, Sean.
The way they zoomed in on the pictures, I don't know if they really zoomed in that close before, or maybe it's just been a minute, but the way they zoomed in on his arm today, it's like you can, especially after Dr. L and Dr. What's the lady, the dog bite expert? You really can see the to me, you can really see like, oh, that definitely looks like a bite. Like it doesn't look like it looks like a bite.
Alicia said we should look at Sean Lowe's dog bites. I had to Google it, but I did see them on TikTok. Let me see if there are pictures. And I said, oh, not Sean Lowe wife out here in free can't read. Okay, y'all, let me look at some of the images. Let's see if we can see this. Do y'all see that?
Oh, that's crazy.
They look just like John's arms.
They do.
But wait a minute. Wait. How did you feel hearing 36 abrasions on his arm? That didn't look like 36 to me. So hearing it out loud was like, what?
Yeah, they didn't look like just on his one arm. They didn't look like that. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he got hit by a car. And I don't know what happened, why they won't mention the inside of the house, why they can't get into stuff. But that is just absolutely insane to me.
I just think that
even if the dog didn't kill him and just beat him, it wasn't a car.
That was an attack.
It wasn't a car.
That dog attacked him.
But that man was beat.
And he was alive. So a lot of you guys have been saying that maybe there was a fight, the dog jumped in the fight, and then he hit his head, right? The doctors testified that those wounds were sustained when he was still alive.
Yeah. Could have been, attacked on the stairs, fell down. Like you said, it's so many different options. But him getting hit by that car is just, it don't make sense to me.
Man, I think one of the most convincing things that he said that you want to see, how did he get to the flagpole, right? He couldn't, we know after the head injury, he could not have walked to the flagpole. But now if you're telling me that car hit him and he should have gone straight back, I always thought he should have been in the street. I have always thought the taillight pieces should have been in the street. They should not have found as many in the yard. Why were they in the yard? I have never understood that. So for him to say, it should have been straight back.
They found the tail lights revealed themselves to them either after months, but
it shouldn't have gone that way. I'm not some type of engineer, or I don't even proclaim to really understand it like that. But just for me, when I'm thinking, even if he was sideswiped, I was like, well, he should have been right at the edge of the street at the minimum, right? But no, he was 8 to 10 feet away.
Like his body flew. That dummy flew back. It didn't fly to the side. It just doesn't make sense. And I can't even say like the defense has proven that it was a dog bite. He just ain't proved. They just ain't proving that it was a car accident.
Hold on, Shaylee. Are you really my mom disguised as someone else in the chat right now? She said, how are you going to be resurrected when Christ returns if your ashes are scattered? Baby, my mother asked me that 11 times. She said, no. I said, well, I'm going to cremate you. She said, don't do that. Because when Jesus come back, you need to be able to get up and walk with him.
I know that's right. Okay.
When I tell you,
call me Lazarus.
I don't know if this is just a Southern thing, like a Southern Baptist thing, but a lot of stuff, they do not believe in cremation, baby. Do not cremate me. Don't do it. My mom, listen, she sounds like my mama. When he comes back, I need to be able to get up and walk.
No.
Paris, I hope so.
About they plot. I'll be like, I do not want to talk about no plot or where I'm going to be.
My little sister was talking about it, Gretchen. I was like, I ain't got to worry about that, baby. I don't have to worry about that. Hey, Nene.
It's some people who have they plots. I know it's one lady back in my mama hometown. Her husband is dead. And so like she has their tombstones already, like his tombstone, then she has her tombstone. She's just waiting on the death date.
Damn. I think like my mom, my grandmother, my grandfather, two of my uncles, they're all buried in the church cemetery. My grandfather used to pastor Second Baptist in Coldwater, and they have a church cemetery, so they're all there, and it's like all of them right there.
Yep.
Trying to find spots. You had to go on the wall. Y'all don't want to take Barchi on the wall?
No.
Girl, Kylie like this. Mirage is messy. She could have taken Barchi on a little walk. He said that's a little too prepared for me.
Yeah, that's what I said. My mom was like, well, it don't matter. You gonna die. I'm like, girl,
Okay, Caitlin,
I
because
don't want to see it. I don't want to see where it's gonna happen. Y'all decide that.
let me see.
My body would not be my problem no more. This y'all.
Lord, the African
He
accent
said-
is real. I'm gonna just laugh at it. Just be over that board. When we start sharing real.
Ha, LOL, ha ha ha. Send me $500.
I don't want his $500. Might be $500 a day and clear my bank account tomorrow.
Say, look, I just had to pay this $470. Can you cover it? Find a way to cover it.
I've Purple Paradox. I've used this before. I don't think it worked for Barchi. I actually bought it because I was very desperate. Just God sent me something. Okay, Caitlin just sent me something too. So let's see. We're gonna see what Aaron. Oh. Okay, I don't know nothing about these pet drops, Caitlin, but I'm willing to try them. Get you some pet drops, girl. I'm willing to try them. She said, Gabrielle said, y'all too real for me. Gabrielle, now you are on here enough to know that this conversation could go anywhere
Never know.
with this live. And I think I appreciate people who understand that about me, okay?
Just go with the flow, you know.
Purple Paradox, it just did. I bought this for her around the time when I first got her. She a different beast. I told y'all about how our trip, I bought her from my cousin in LA. So she was about 9 months. We traveled from LA to Georgia. It was a 4-hour flight. I can remember being in the bathroom, like near tears, saying, if I didn't just pay for you, I'd leave you in this bathroom. I remember. It was terrible.
So you can't just leave her out?
I don't trust her.
Oh.
I don't. Barchi is like 85% potty trained. And when I got her, she was puppy pad trained.
Nope.
It's like when she got to me, it's just like I don't know what's wrong with the dog.
I don't know, but my dog's from a shelter, so I don't know what he like. When I first got him, he was
Sweet.
like honestly, I thought he had like alopecia or something because he had hair missing, but he turned out to be a really pretty dog. So I was really happy that one.
How old was he?
When I got him, he was 2. Now he's 9.
He's 9 now. That's so sweet. A shelter dog. That is so sweet. Court is back. Okay. Thank y'all. Thank you, Brianna. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Fell or not fell. You were discussing where Mr.
Okay, y'all.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Let's go. We'll catch up on one of these sidebars.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You've said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, so, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this
You don't
collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
You, excuse me,
So let's
Oh,
go
this
ahead and
gonna
ask
be
the
good.
question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
that's correct. There's no evidence.
Play exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you look at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes, sir.
Take that down, please.
Hey,
Did you speak to anybody today, before you testified, about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't
Here
even
we
finished
go.
your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use?
now y'all, I just have to stop to say, I know he's not going to bring up the 50% dummy when Welcher literally used 50% dummy too. There is not an issue.
A 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
Get ahead of what?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any
He made the
conclusions,
adjustment.
or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case.
From his employer.
Maybe we can approach briefly.
Approach and tell him, Hank, if you keep going down this road, if you want to keep talking about his employer, if you want them to know that the freaking FBI hired them, we can go down this road. We can do it if you want to do it. In fact, I want to go down the damn road. I would tell Hank, open the goddamn door. Open the goddamn door. Just open it and I'm coming right in. Open the door, Hank. Let me know you want to mention the FBI. Let's not tiptoe and tap dance around it. Just go and say the words. Say the words, and then come on now, say the words, and if you say the words, we can go there. We can go. I want you to say a word that starts with F. Open that door, because it seems like I don't know what Hank is getting at. These are the people who employed him. Of course, they can tell him, listen, okay, they're saying this is boom, boom, boom. What the heck? You want to go? I don't understand. See, and this is why I get mad when y'all mention the FBI. Oh, thank y'all. This is why I get mad when y'all mention the FBI. Because why haven't they come? Thank y'all. I'm up to date now. Thank you, girl mom. Stop mentioning the FBI, because see, they keep on calling, they keep trying to little boy them. Jen did it, Kelly did it, Hank consistently does it. They try to little boy them and they do nothing. Tasha, that's what he needs to say. I hate Miss Little Bangs. I'm gonna say it every time I see it. I'm sick of the FBI. They're not gonna do anything. He is happy. Very much.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare.
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
What?
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm
Relocate.
opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question, and I want you to
Hey!
respond very specifically.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter, so let's talk about detail.
Oh,
Sure.
now Hank
You're
is
denying that receiving that information certainly helped
He
you
just
prepare.
said-
You're denying it.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
if Hank
I'm gonna
asks
ask
this
you
shit one more
very
time,
specific
hey!
question. Receiving that information from
He
your
said
employer,
no.
are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
Hey, and Bam just keeps
I don't even
going.
think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. Doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself
What?
as independent?
He is independent.
I don't believe there was.
You say you don't believe.
Yeah, there was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned and coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation, assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Okay. Okay, good.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about
What?
that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified,
What?
did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias foreign in you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
What is going on?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people, and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
Had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and?
Oh, her show, y'all.
Right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and their answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea, possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you
What
answer.
are we doing?
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
you remember any-
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea.
Well, Lally was pretty dumb.
I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a
I would've laughed
response
too.
on the physics doesn't change. Remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
Show me. Show me.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
No.
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How
Period.
much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
Yeah, it's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
Is that that's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point?
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a
That
court
man is a
order
water bottle.
for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did you
Yes.
have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
Yeah.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yes? You worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
This is
When you worked
got to the-
on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that? Objection.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted? Objection.
Sustain.
Were you given free
don't
reign
like it,
to
Kate.
do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets, and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
I can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget, so.
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
Oh, Hank,
Without
stop
that being,
it.
yeah, go ahead and just ask the
Hank,
question.
stop.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Do you, since your memory is difficult,
Oh,
Sustain.
Hank, Hank got to stop. Hank got to stop this. And I'm having AJ approach and tell Bev, listen, you really letting him go far. You are really letting him go far. Y'all know what? You letting Hank go too far with these comments. What? So can y'all answer some for me? Is this what Hank was doing with Dr. Wolf that you guys were telling me about? Because this looks terrible. Hank is out of control, and you can tell he's in his feelings. Why are we just spent the last 20 to 25 minutes or so asking this man about how he gets paid, who paid him, his Uber ride, a ham sandwich, a ham. Ash, he is spiraling. And look, I think Crash Daddy's annoyed by him. He's looking at him like, you can't be serious. He is. Stephanie, listen, you can see he's laughing with his eyes. Okay? He gotta want something because he is putting. I hope when he gets over there, AJ is saying, listen, you are allowing him to continue to make these nasty statements. He is in his feelings, and you can tell. He is in his feelings, and you can tell. The fact that Bev let him ask the same question 7 times. You let him ask the same question 7 times. Hold on. And Dr. Wolf would crack me up because he was straight grin and laugh and answer away and really made Spanky look more of an idiot. Listen, I don't think Rentschler, I think, is annoyed. I think he's I'm sorry. She said, why is Peggy sitting next to Ellen? He is annoyed by his questioning because he's asking the same question just 50 times. You don't have to do this. The chat is zooming capture. I'm missing some of it, but I'm doing my best. What he did to it, I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait.
To remember things, you write them down.
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Okay. You provided a CV, which is a resume.
Oh, God.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
Yes, sir.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer-reviewed.
Correct.
And peer-reviewed publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003, is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school, correct?
Have you had any peer-reviewed articles since 2003?
Probably not, no.
And your peer-reviewed articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross-brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter,
Yes, sir.
Smart Technology for Aging,
Yes, sir.
and again, nothing on pedestrian accidents.
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few.
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs.
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, Doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
Oh, I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch, correct?
Sustained in platform.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain kind of...
Sustained.
Were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
Hey, either way, there were
That is
no-
what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report.
Hey,
Sustained in that form.
hey,
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
X-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an X-ray.
oh, hey,
Yes.
hang this shit up.
Sometimes X-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRI is looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinion.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
I have just allowed
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
Hey, it's one person though.
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience.
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash
What are
where
we
there are
doing?
multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people and different types of injuries.
Have you seen people
Why are you
hit
talking about
by a
people? It was
vehicle
one
at a
person.
particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries in another case where you look at where there was a similar type collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cards? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Great job.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
You mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you?
Why do you keep?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed
Every day.
with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. The testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
No, it's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel at
Turn it
time.
up! I don't even eat in peace. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. This is the AJ that I have been waiting for. This week, what he has shown me is he can't stand up to Bev. Admonish his ass now. Because at this, hold up, y'all. Look, listen to what AJ said.
I'm going to see counsel at time.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Because at this point, not only is she allowing all of these ignorant ass questions, she just keeps letting Hank disrespect this man on this stand. Keeps letting him do it. Admonish him.
Front door, we're operating.
Wait a minute, y'all. Are they getting the jury out of here? Are they sending the jury out? Yes, y'all. Looks. And AJ, don't back down from Bev because she knows that he's out of order. She just keeps letting them do the shit. Like she keeps letting him do this. He is being so disrespectful to this man. He could just say, now let's get back to my question. But he's doing too much and he's pissed. His theory has been shut down. Now, why would do y'all think they send him to lunch early? Mary's Hank again was being nasty with Dr. Rentschler, being nasty with him. And AJ's like, listen, at this point, you need to admonish Hank because he is out of order. A juror is sick. Oh, hell, damn. She looked like she was going to faint. Damn. Hank done got this lady overworked. Oh, wait a minute. Well, Brianna, they're saying a juror is sick right now. Damn. But AJ needs to get her together because Hank, she needs to admonish him at least. Like AJ will slip something in, but it's not like Hank. Every other question, he's slipping something in. Every other question, he's slipping something that's not what I wanted. I didn't ask for your opinion. I asked it like, no, come on. You're going too far. Y'all, is that Lally?
So it will be the lunch and recess and we'll take an hour.
All right, so court, please.
Okay, we are on lunch. But y'all, look at Lally. Y'all. Lally. Y'all, Lally's aging right before our eyes. Or maybe he just stopped giving a damn and he stopped dyeing his hair.
So it will be the lunch and recess and we'll take an hour.
All right, so court, please.
It did, y'all. His hair has gone completely white. Okay. It has gone completely white. Okay. Hold on, y'all. So y'all know it's lunchtime. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, y'all. Let's figure. I'm trying to see what's going on in Diddy, but what? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see. I have to find someone new to catch my Diddy tweets from because they said inner city press got kicked out of the courtroom. They don't start until 1 for Diddy. Thank you. So they don't start until 1 for Diddy. So what do y'all want to do for this hour, child? He doxed Mia. I just felt like, dang. I just felt like, what did he do, Key? Did y'all say day drink? I didn't want to pull up the turtle board thing, Day. Okay, hold up. She said she's gonna send me a tweet. Key, I think hold up, let me ask. Hold up, let me try to find something. Guys. Y'all know it's lunchtime, so I don't know what we're about to do, but it's lunchtime for everyone. He posted it, Key. Oh. Hey, why would he post it? Jewel Manzi. Thank you, Nikki. Dang, y'all. Let me see if I can find her and see what. Well, I know Jewel is court starting late, but at least let me look at her old tweets and see what she's been talking about. Oh, okay. I saw these today. Okay, I saw these. Yeah, they're saying jurors are sick, but dang. And it was Diddy attorneys who complained about it. Dang. They were looking for something. Kid, and they found something. I thought that was academics. Hold on, Barty, what is wrong with you? Dang, y'all, I don't know if they're gonna come back. Let's see. I don't know what's wrong with Barty. Hold up. I haven't talked to Miss J. Hold up, let me call her. Y'all know she actually take lunch breaks. Let me call her first. She actually take lunch breaks over there, child. When I was watching on live with Miss J, she said, we take lunch breaks over here. I said, that's for you goddamn millionaires. Let you guys know. She takes breaks. She must be, she might be uploading her videos. She takes breaks. Inner City Press is in the courtroom. Why would you do that? Emerge, it's been good today. It's been really, really good today. Listen, kid, I was going to call and see if she already got on her lunch break. Merch, when I was over there, Miss J said, well, we actually take lunch breaks over here. I said, I know that's right, girl. She was talking to y'all, you millionaires that were on there. She was talking to y'all, letting y'all know it's a different ship over here. It's a different ship. Ain't no talking through lunch break. I got to take my break. Hold up. It said Inner City is currently tweeting from the Diddy trial. Jasmine, is he? I just can't see him like messing up like that. Okay. Hold on. Let's see, guys. Let's see what she said. Inner City is tweeting, but they say it's not starting till 1. Mel, just turn the camera on. Okay, y'all, let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all, he is back in. I just can't see him messing up like that, so I wonder what really happened. Merch, my friend said we take breaks over here. I really need to do better. It's just that I don't like leaving the camera just off. And it might be me being paranoid, because I feel like I saw someone say on one of these creators' lives that they got in trouble because they weren't talking. It was just space, right? So I don't know. Maybe I'm a little paranoid. To be off camera, baby, because I just get nervous about doing that. That's probably it. She said you can leave. I'll be well occupied. Yes, we on lunch right now, guys. Okay, they are back. Now, if you guys want, I can read up until he got thrown out of court yesterday, because I understand there was some pretty interesting testimony from Jane Doe. I think what I'm confused about is how she didn't want to do these things, but on the other hand, I did them to please my lover. It's real. Her testimony, I think I've said it 100 times. Her testimony is the one that really confuses me the most. Catherine, Catherine, I knew I wasn't crazy. Hold on, y'all. I knew I wasn't crazy. I saw that somewhere. Damn, before we read that yesterday. Did we? Oh, we read it. Hold on. So what we're talking about, Molly, is yesterday Inner City Press. That's normally who we get the tweets from for the Diddy trial. Yesterday, late, they announced that he got kicked out of court. And so what Key was saying is that apparently they're saying he doxed Mia. And that's the other young lady who was testifying under a pseudonym, who was Diddy's assistant. And apparently Diddy's attorneys brought that to the judge's attention. Yes, Key, you're right. It was like an hour, then 2 hours, and then you said he got kicked out. You're right. Forrest, Hank is really showing his ass today. Let me see if I see anything about Turtle Boy on X. Let's see. Stop barging. So it looks like people are just waiting for some sort of update, but they haven't seen anything. But can the press be threatened? Okay, so I guess so. Okay, y'all. Inner City Press, I do see a tweet where he's just he has this question: can the press be threatened for reporting what happens in court? I thought that was open. They said they're at Turtle Boys on lunch until 2. But Key, so I did see how she mentioned your homegirl. I did see that. Ash needs to go back to the vet because there's no reason she in here growling and cutting up like this. You chose to stay in here with me. They outside the door. So you got to calm down. Her homegirl is Carisha, y'all. I told her name was going to come up eventually in this trial, and Key said no. But I would like to say something. I said this yesterday. Jane Doe quite literally could have worked a 9-to-5 and made $150,000 in 3 years. She testifies that she was just really bothered by the fact that he was taking Carisha on these lavish shopping trips, purchased a car, they were going on vacations, and all she was getting was movie nights and hotel nights. She gets treats, Ebony, but she needs to get some strong treats if you catch my drift. Okay. Oh, Key, do you think that's what was implied? I didn't read all of it. I read some like I saw some people on X just kind of summarize what was said, but I didn't know it seemed like that's what she was implying. Kaylin, I think, I look at like my townhouse that I'm in now. She has one son. I don't see why my townhouse wouldn't have been okay for her. She has one child. It's 1,800 square feet. I don't understand that. Her saying that she needed a 5,000 square foot home when you could not afford that on your own is crazy. And I think it goes to why people are saying people just wanted his money. Yeah, oh yeah, Key, I did see that. But Key, I think she meant difficult in terms of her accepting the fact that this is what she was to him. Because now it's in my face. Now everywhere I turn, I'm seeing this relationship everywhere. You're doing this, you're doing it. Like at first, I don't think she was just seeing him openly be with another woman. She said she knew he was with other women, but she wasn't seeing it all over her social media accounts. You flirting with this one. It's in my face. It's in my face. And I do think, man, it was hurting her. She was only good for hotel nights. Shameen, I don't know that. I keep telling y'all, I don't know that to be true, Shameen. I don't know that to be true. And I would direct you back to that tweet. If Diddy told you to get on your knees and eat you would. If she would have never said that tweet, posted that tweet, Shameen, I'd probably be like, oh, he probably wasn't doing it. That tweet was very telling. Could have been Key. I don't know. I can't disagree with that. I don't know. She could have been the trigger. She could have been the trigger because you also have to remember, like, you don't know. He is manipulative. You don't know what he was saying to those women about her either. Jennifer from Daddy's Little Girl, she was going to be his next cast in the making. Mickey, I think he warms women up. And I think for people to say, oh, he wasn't doing her like that, I said, listen, if you look at all of the shopping trips, this man has a pattern. This man has a pattern of abuse. He starts just like he started with her. Could have been Ash, could have been. I don't disagree with that too. I don't disagree with that either. My point being, when she made that tweet, either she was involved or she was very much aware of what he likes, very much aware about it. Rumors. But Key, her saying the tweet, I'm not going to deny what you're saying. What I'm saying is the perception, the perception of her tweeting that out. I never heard about Gina, but I never heard about her until the Tasha K interview. I didn't know nothing about her. I just think, the perception, it could be like Ash said, he pillow talks, right? Tells her all of these things. But the perception, when I saw the tweet after that case, it was two things that stuck out to me after Cassie's lawsuit. It was that tweet from Young Miami, and it was him giving that speech and then shouting out Cassie after she was married. Like, both of those things stuck out to me. That could be true, Nene. It could be. That really could be true. But I mean, I don't know. I just think, I don't know what the jury's going to do in this case. Did somebody say that a juror was dismissed in the Diddy trial recently? I feel like I saw that. Key, when I look back at that speech, I said he was absolutely taunting that woman, saying that he didn't care. And like, you're hearing all of his other behavior, it was very much intentional. Yes, juror number 6. Oh, did they say why, guys? Did they say why the juror was dismissed? I just can't wait. Y'all, I'm so annoyed. I haven't been updating on my TikTok. I try to do X when we're on here. I just can't wait. I wish I could see my room. I still got suitcases, boxes, bags. I just can't wait to be settled because I feel like my life is just all over. I wish I was more settled by now because I'm missing it. I hadn't been able to be online. It is Brianna. This LJ's girl. I've been home twice and still hadn't taken it to him. Missy, I'm sure they will. Come on now. Come on now. Well, T, when we were on wind down, my nephew put my bed up, so that's great. My bed is up, but I just need to sit still. I'm really, really ready for the weekend. I need to sit still. I have to order a couch, right? I have to order a couch. I have to order a table. I started school, so I have homework that I gotta do. I only have 2 classes for the summer, but it's summer classes, so it's gonna be fast paced. So I just got to sit still, friend. Get back on the schedule. Bias towards Diddy, like facial expressions. Oh, okay. Well, Khalees, I see that. I could see that. Khalees said that juror number 6 showed bias towards Diddy, like making facial expressions and interactions. I don't know how I would survive on a stand because I could see my face. I could see my face. My name on TikTok is Millionaire Male. It's scrolling across. It's 2 N's, but it's Millionaire Male. Destined, but I think like Bev said it best. When you are a juror, I know it's hard, but it is best. You have to try to be as emotionless as you can be. And maybe this particular juror, like sometimes I think the emotions, the facials are warranted. And I think sometimes it's even accepted. Like, Cassie's testimony, they probably expected everyone to show emotion, but this person must be showing emotion every damn witness, and they're like, okay, no, they have to go. Like you, they have to go. They have to go. I just think it's going to be really interesting to see how this trial ends. Right? Thank you, pretty. I can see what the state is alleging, but will the jury see it? I don't know. What did AJ say to Hank? Maris, AJ was talking to Bev, saying that listen, like basically this keeps happening. You need to admonish him. You need to admonish him for what he's doing. The jury needs to know that what he is doing is absolutely wrong. Well, Natasha, I just love talking to y'all. Natasha, there is actually a law and order. No, Nancy Grace, y'all know that's my girl. Nancy Grace actually had like one of his old press PR people on, and he said that all of these name changes were specifically to like for him to get press to fuel his ego. That's it. It would be okay. It's time for a name change. Like he wanted to always be out there. He wanted to be perceived a certain way. So all of the name changes, that's what it was for. T, I got the picture somewhere. That picture. Hold on, y'all. Because T is hilarious. Hold on. Was it a screenshot? Don't iPhone have a damn, don't app I thought iPhone had a something that said screenshot. Damn it. I'm not gonna be able to find it fast, T. You know, Nancy Grace is holding that Tootsie Roll up. Mel, what do you think about the content creator that y'all can remove this? Y'all just let me know. Mel, what do you think about the content creator that did the unthinkable to the other content creator and his wife? I think it was very, very sad, very unfortunate. Hold on, y'all. What Catherine do? Because I finished my bachelor's degree in December. Congratulations, Catherine. Period. Yes, congratulations, Catherine. I need to get my life together so I can be on the same track, okay? Okay? I thought she retired too, Key. But Purple Paradox, I still, for the life of me, I can't understand how it went from like the internet to real life. All over these copyright strikes. I know I watch content. Sometimes I'm on Twitter. I'm not really Twitter, more so TikTok, and you'll see other creators like they're into it with other creators. I don't want to be in that space. That's not who I am. That's not something I want to project. When hell, other creators have talked about me on their platforms, and yes, I want to say something. I may make an innuendo, right? I may allude to it, but for the most part, I voice my frustrations to like a very small group of people or my sisters. Hell, Mariah. I don't know. She said, "You just leave me alone." I don't know, but I think that is so sick. Like it was YouTube. It was YouTube. You went from YouTube and you took two parents away from their children. Tasha said, Tasha, hopefully I can get all of that done. I told y'all this summer. I got something else done, some really cute members only stuff done coming up for you guys too. And the crazy part is it's not hard, Tasha. I just want a certain song on there. I actually have to go to the studio to do it. Maybe I can get that done now that this was the hard thing for me. I don't think y'all understand, like when I tell y'all I wing life, I'm trying to do better. I've been winging it. First thing was, okay, let me get back into my own place now. Hopefully my mind can slow down and I can do things that I'm supposed to be doing. I made a song and I want to record the song and put it on my intro. Emily, it's not that, girl. It's like, man, I don't think, and I mean, I know what it's the reason for, but y'all, I've never been this discombobulated ever in my life. Like, no, I've never been, y'all, I wish, man, y'all, the way my life goes right now is not, it's not the woman that I want to be, but I'm working slowly and getting back to myself. The whole planning thing is so terrible for me right now. Oh, Purple Paradise, that's a really great degree. Y'all, it's man, life, I never expected, and I can remember this comment. I said, if my mother was to die today, I'm going to be okay because I'm such a great daughter. Like I've been boom. Like I was mad at her about something. Anyway, tomorrow will be 2 years that my mom has not been here. And I feel like, sorry y'all, I feel like in 2 years, like I'm just now starting to get to a place where I'm like ready to live life again. I'm just getting to that place. And you know, when I watch Straw, I watched Straw last night with my niece, and I was like, damn, like I can remember when I found out my mom had passed, I was in Ohio and I had to fly back to Atlanta. Like I remember being on it. Y'all was sitting on my flight like this, crying, like holding in my tears, because you know you're on a flight. You don't want people hearing you cry. I can remember that. So, I'm so thankful that you guys are here in spite of, because there's so many things that I want to do for this channel. I mean, you guys have made me understand that I can live my dreams. Leave me alone, Erica. You guys have made me every day. Man, this community makes me understand I can live my dreams. And I get to get on here every day. I was brushing my teeth this morning and I was like so excited. So excited. Every day I look forward to getting in front of you guys and talking to you guys, because y'all really make my day. Kim never living it down. Y'all, let me tell you what Mariah did recently. So I was, we got new phones. The phone that I upgraded was LJ's old number, but he's on his dad's line. So I was upgrading his phone. When I upgraded it, it put old voicemails on the phone. And you did, Bill. You did. Yeah, I found this voicemail in the phone store of my mom. And y'all know I am a crier. Everybody knows that, baby. It doesn't take anything. And I hear this voicemail, and I was hearing my mom's voice, and I have videos of her voice, so I hear her all the time. So I'm telling Mariah, like, girl, mama left LJ a voice message. And she was like, let me hear it. Now, she is always doing this. Don't you start crying. She's always doing that to me. So keep in mind, picture it. Set the scene. Set the scene for you guys. We're in the phone store. I say, Mariah, girl, you got to hear this voicemail. Mama left LJ. Mariah's very close to my mom, too. So I play it, right? She looked at me while I was listening to it. She said, don't you do that crying in here. I was like, I'm not going to cry. I'm going to be okay. She said, let me listen to it. This is exactly what she did, y'all. She said hello. She was listening to it. She said, I got to go. And she got up and stormed. Girl, the lady who was doing that phone was just looking like, what the hell just happened? It was so ugly. She just busted out ugly. And it was so funny. It was so funny because it's always me. It's normally always me. And the fact that she's and had to get up and run, I was just like, at least it's not me today, you know? That's funny to me. Baby, that is funny. That was so funny because it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Anyway, long story short, hold on, y'all. See, I'm glad. Long story short, I'm working to get it because there's so many things I want to do for my channel. I'm glad I looked, y'all. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Emily, I should have said that. Key, don't tell on me. I should have said that. But there is some really great content. I told this particular person that once I get moved, I wanted to do an in-person live and then some other things that I think the millionaires would enjoy. So I've got a lot of members only content coming up, so that I think you guys are gonna love it. Don't tell on me. Please don't tell on me. Please don't tell on me. Y'all know I have to go to Memphis. When will I be in Memphis? I hope this case is over by the 21st, next Friday, because I have to go to Memphis. And I think I might, I don't know if I'm on Flower Drive. Don't tell on me. She already be saying, did you tell your live vet? I may tell something like that. Purple Paradox, I just feel like, hell, the same things y'all going through, I go through. Like, the same things you guys go through, I go through it. And that's one of the reasons why, child, y'all all right with me. Y'all are all right with me. Aaron, no. Yes, Key. That's Key. The fact that I need to take a picture. Yeah, I need to take a picture of what you just said because I need to do it in that order. Y'all, I need to do it in that order. Key said, fix up the house, make the intro, outro, get the content, get school done. Girl, that's the list. But you know what's crazy, kids? It's hard for me to do something that simple. Something that simple, like how you just typed it out. It's been so hard. And I've read that like when you are suffering from deep grief, it's hard for you to see your future. It's hard for you to make lists, to plan for the future. You can't do 5 years. Hell, it's hard for you to do the next 5 hours. I've read that. Nah, you go through more. I ain't never gave a vet $477. Girl, Erica, let's not talk about that. Paradox. Oh, congratulations. Purple Paradox. Someone else messaged me something similar. I know what you're talking about now. Yes. Yo. Yes. I did start working on the house registry. I have started working on it. I was trying to like get unpacked, so I'm not asking or putting anything on there that I already have. Like my living room is full of like decor pieces, and I need to see like what I'm gonna keep, what I'm gonna give away. I need to figure that out. I've left the vet $800. The most I've spent is $600. Hold on just a second. The most I've spent is $600 at the vet. I've never gotten to 8, but I heard a lady yesterday. I feel like maybe I don't know what she had done. Maybe her bill was like $1,000. No. Key, I don't even have any canned goods downstairs. Have an unpacking party with the sisters. What sisters name? My sister lives in Memphis. Not talking to my youngest sister at the moment. So the unpacking party is myself and Mariah. Okay. Ashley said, what should I eat? Ashley, I must miss something. Are you in Memphis or something? You just popped in talking about what should I eat? Tractor Supply. I'm going to put that in my computer right now. Oh, okay. I put it in my computer. Purple Paradox. The motivation stuff is depression too. Let yourself not be okay. Oh, thank you, Sarah. I said, Ashley said, what should I eat? And running. Mariah, so when I was unpacking, she likes to, she's like, just throw it away. Let me tell y'all what she threw away the other day. Ticked me off. I come downstairs. I have a lot of wallflowers. I come downstairs to my Aaron, I got to pay $300 next week for Barchies. I come downstairs, y'all. I only see like I have like Airwick, Glade, whichever way you pronounce it, and wildflowers. But I just left Bath and Body Works, so I wanted my wildflowers. I come downstairs, y'all. I have two of the Febreze, like 2 Airwicks, and maybe 2 wildflowers. So I'm going through the drawer, like, where I'm like, I just had 12. I just had 12. Where are they? She threw all of them away. She threw all of them away. She said, I mean, some of them, they just looked old. I didn't think you wanted to keep them. She threw all of them away. We're on lunch right now. Babe, I said, you need to go outside and figure out what bag you got my wildflowers in. I'm not a hoarder, Emily. Some stuff, I'm not a hoarder. I'm not a hoarder. I definitely would throw stuff away, but some stuff I'll keep. Like if you were to come to my house, you're not gonna see an excess of anything. But my damn wildflowers, y'all, some of them still had the tag on it. $4.99. I don't think she was paying attention. I think she thought she was doing me a favor by cleaning. I mean, I just had them in a drawer. I just had them in a drawer. I am in Georgia, Purple Paradox. I am. I mean, why would you? Baby, go get my wildflowers. Yeah, because we're in a new place. I've got like I have to do like I have to call for like go 1-800-JUNK or something because our stuff had been in storage a while, so we threw a lot away. So it wasn't in the dumpster, y'all. She just had to go pick the bag that it was in and get my out of there. Okay. They say $4.99 on there. They were $4.99. Brianna, I probably purchased all these 2 years ago. Ashley said, I am not crazy. Ashley, we just didn't know. We just didn't know what you were talking about. We didn't say you were crazy. Yes, we didn't say you were crazy. No, y'all. I wish I could just show y'all. When we moved, I don't keep stuff like how my mama would. And I don't really consider her a bad hoarder. Like you could walk through her house. I feel like Hoarders is like the TV show. No. She said, my girl, you could have bought new ones. Nene, why would I buy new ones if my other ones right there work just fine? They plugged up all around here. But see, Emily, the inability, meaning so it's the same way when I think about OCD, how people say, oh, I'm OCD. If you are not almost like, I mean, if you don't get real anxiety from doing certain things, you don't have OCD. You might just like things a certain way, but I mean, it really has to trigger anxiety for you. I don't have those problems with throwing anything away. Now, when it comes to like my hangers being a certain way, like I could be down the street, I would turn around and come back home and switch the hanger the right way. It's a problem. I know that. Oh, that's really nice, Purple Paradox. We did that with my mom as well. Wait a minute. She trying to burn the house down. Girl, ain't nothing wrong with my wildflowers. Mine is to shade. My closet's a mess right now. It's full of boxes. And I'm sure I'm gonna go through that stuff and give some stuff away. All the hangers gotta go a certain way. It just has to. I color coordinate the closet, and when I packed, I can tell how my closet was. I did the like TikTok method where you put like the clothes in a tall trash bag and loop it around the hangers. So I just had to go hang my stuff in the closet and take it off. I shout out to TikTok for that. Shout out to TikTok for that. Well, Emily, I didn't know that OCD could be what I was experiencing, because I feel like growing up, we just thought it was touching the door 3 times, being really crazy about cleaning. I didn't know it could be the things that I was experiencing. Purple Paradox, I don't know if that's a Scorpio thing because I'm an Aries and sometimes I do that as well. And then it'll take Mariah to say, girl, stop it. She said an hour. So I'm thinking they're coming back about 1:45, Red, somewhere up in there. Really? Brianna, I don't know if I'm like that. Well, to an extent with the silverware. When you throw something away, you need it. Now, Key, I feel that. Look at Summer saying it's a Libra thing. See? Hey, Corona, how are you? Corona, Key, that's because Key just always saying something crazy. When I wash, I put my clothes up. Well, when I'm in the closet, my closet's always color coordinated. The drawers, not so much. The closet is definitely color coordinated. Definitely. I try to do the kids the same way, but they are just different breeds, especially Mariah. Different breeds. I just let them have it. I would just let them, I'll just let them have it, baby. You can do whatever you want. Now, Barty's clothes are color coordinated. The other people, the other two, no. Mm-mm. Someone asked, when you're buying something, I forget what my doctor told me about, because sometimes a part of my OCD is like impulsive shopping, and I've gotten so much better with it. But I would do stuff like go in Marshall's for, say I want to get like a yoga mat. I would go in Marshall's, and then now I've ended up spending $500 buying those little, y'all know, the plastic containers. I had a run like that. It was Barty does have clothes, Key. She does have cute little clothes. I went in Target, not Target, Marshalls. I think I was like on a binge of doing those. Y'all know when people, it was real big to put everything in plastic containers, the organizers for your pantries. It got real bad for me one summer. Oh, it got real bad. Her clothes, she got little clothes in there. It got real bad. Now, Ronnie, I'm not gonna tell you I have an iron, and baby, I can't tell you the last time I plugged it up. Jasmine, I really went too far with those containers, though. Mariah she just be like, "Mama." It's like I always have a tendency to rationalize the foolishness. Key, I'm telling you, my whole pantry, they downstairs when I unpacked. It's so many of them. Campbell said an organizer with containers right down. Child, it's so many. I'm talking about my laundry room had containers. I just really went too far with it. Going in TJ Maxx and spending $500 on them damn containers. I'm talking about bags of bags. I just go too far. I read this ADHD too. I tried to tell these people I need the medication. I'm manic and spending money at TJ Maxx, Marshall. No, Emily, it is. She was telling me impulsive spending can be a side effect of OCD. I said, girl, I'm telling you, I remember, I'm like not lying. I don't even know if it was 7 months. I spent like $60,000 because I was doing real estate. You working your job, you got other stuff going on. And I looked back like, where the hell? Like, you look around, I'll be looking around my house like what it is. It can be very impulsive. I just do impulsive shit. I've gotten better though. But yeah. Key said they still in my Amazon cart. It was a lot. CT, Jessica talking about, I love the Container Store. On your back seat. Wow. I'm telling you, it can get bad. It can get bad. Y'all know it's not one time. Like I said, I'm working real estate. I'm doing all different types of stuff. When you start adding up the money, I said, how did I do that? It's like it's bad. So I have to stop myself now. I don't make, like, for me, I try not to make really large purchases at one time. I just don't do stuff like that anymore. It's like, now that I'm moved, I'm really trying to like pace myself and not do crazy shit, because I would like, go, and when I say crazy shit, I'm talking about like going in Bath and Body Works the other day, went in there Like you'll go in Bath and Body Works and you might spend more than you want. I just try not to go in stores. I like staying in the house. And keep it. My kids will tell you this is terrible. I don't like to return anything. And that's a problem. It's a problem. The meds can't help. Emily, I think I've always had it. When I think about who I am as a person, I think my mother just couldn't tell because I was so smart in school. That's the problem. Amber, tell me what the hell frequency healing is. Let me look that up. Frequency healing. Look at this. It's sound healing or vibrational healing. It's an alternative or complementary medicine practice that utilizes specific sound frequencies and vibrations to promote healing and well-being. Hell, friend, does that work? Cause sign me up. Key, I just don't. I have to have spent a lot of money to go return something. Otherwise, I'll find somebody who wants it. My niece, y'all know my niece is here. Mariah, I'll find somebody who wants it. We'll figure it out. I don't do a lot of online shopping, Campbell. I will tell you, I'm not a big shopper for like clothes, shoes, purses. No. Like right now, I do want a new purse, and I want I don't know what purse I want, but I do want a new purse. I'm just not buying it. I don't have a reason to wear it right now. Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold up. Okay, my bad. I had to go check on Barchi. Sorry. But yeah. I want to do transgression therapy. I need to figure out what that is too. But yeah, I just give stuff away. Green light alignment. Let me look that up too. She said the logo is a shell. Okay. I looked it up so I can look into it. Put it on my phone. She said, Krona said we're all the same in this chat. It's so funny because we'll be talking about something. Somebody be like, me too. It definitely will make me feel like we are the same. The Prophet talk with Brian Higgins. Krona, where you see it at? Where did you see that at? Dang, I don't know where I put it. Amanda said, I'll tell my people. Reddit and TikTok. I don't know. Kron, I hadn't seen it, but I haven't been on socials for real in like a week. Oh, Key, I'm bad at that too. I need to call Apple and figure out, because we're all on a family plan, but it's my card. So I need to figure out what's all this stuff coming off my card, because I really don't know what we have. I don't know. Yes, Missy. That's what she called it. Erica, I still want to go to that retreat. I still think about it. Okay, let me see Krona. Because I haven't seen that. Has anyone seen a proffer from Brian Higgins? Key, I don't know, but I need to figure out what's going on with Apple. Child, I'm trying to see. Y'all, look at this. Lexi says she's currently having a ham sandwich for lunch. Lexi, not ain't talking about that. It's a rumor. Oh, okay. Because I hadn't seen it. Lexi, that is hilarious. But Nene, the problem is it's like stuff like Amazon. We have Prime. It's my card on Prime, right? And we pay for certain subscriptions because it's really about 7 of us on there. And here's like, I need to call my friend because she told me to put some package on there that's $4.99 a month. I don't think she ever gave me my $4.99 a month. And she's the only person who watched these shows, right? I don't watch them. Then we got my sister. She might call and say, get Paramount Plus. I'm going to send you the $10 every month. I don't think she's been sending me my $10 every month. Then we got, somebody else might have a show. I don't think they're sending me my money. I don't think they're sending me my money. And I think that's probably one of the problems. And I don't know what Apple's charging me for. And I don't know who's the reason for the charge. So I need to just call them and just figure it out. They said turn it all off. We probably need to start from scratch. Like I know Netflix is myself, Mariah, and LJ. And then we have Amazon Prime. And what else do we have? We have Hulu. But I don't know. The Amazon, I'm gonna say Amazon Prime is what's kicking my ass because I don't know what we're paying for. Well, Key, I just did the shot myself. It might have been BET Plus for her. I did the shot myself. I don't have Instacart or Uber One. Oh, that's nice, Purple Paradox. Krona, I need to just start from scratch. With the streaming services. Does anybody know what time we went to lunch? I'm trying to watch out for when it comes back. Brianna, they're acting like Netflix, and Hulu has way too many damn commercials. Oh, Brianna, I'm a student. I need to get a student account for myself. Let me put that on my little list. Let me see how you sign up because I'm a student myself, Prime student account. Mariah will be in school, Amazon Prime student. I'm gonna have to call. I wonder if I can switch mine to a student account. I thought they'd be back about 12:45. 1:45. I thought so. Ooh. No, I love Hulu. I watch like Living Single on there. I like to watch The Golden Girls. Those are like my comfort shows. And then Netflix has Girlfriends. I saw Netflix has Martin now. So I like to watch like comfort shows. Look up. What is that, Bia? Oh, I think I know what this is, but I don't. I think Mariah is using. You pay $1 for Hulu. B, I think Mariah may have been on this app. Girl, I'm gonna have to call her. She pays a $1.99 for Hulu. Oh, baby, I'm trying to get on there. I put my mom's food stamp card on my Amazon account. Now I get Prime for $6.99. Let me tell y'all. This is why I love y'all. Y'all be knowing everything. I remember Mariah with that website because she was buying some shoes or something, and you get a discount on it. She tell me, hold up. I had to tell Mariah that is the app she was on. That is the app. With your phone service, child, child, I'm about to be on here. I'm about to bookmark this website because I remember her telling me about it, and I just never be using stuff like that. I'm bad. I'm so bad. I want to be the person who coupons. I don't do any of that type of stuff. Like I just when I want it, and I want to be the person. So I'm gonna start looking up this app, looking on this website. Student Beans 2. Baby, y'all just amazing. What is Student Beans? There you go. Child, let me bookmark it. Y'all know I got it. Can I get my couch with a discount? I want to know, can I get my couch on here? Because this is what I'm talking about. Girl. Child. I used to try, Jaleesa, but it's hard. You can't just be playing. I want to be the person that uses some coupon. Like, I want to be the person that, so-and-so got 70% off today. I want to go be that person. Brianna, I don't want the boneless couch, okay? I can't get the couch off here, y'all. It's uni days. It's on the screen. Pretty. I used to try to coupon. But baby, that's a lot. I just it's a lot. I saw a couch today. I Googled, let me show y'all this couch. I just love this couch. But I want y'all to look at the price, baby. I clicked off it so fast. I said I don't love it that much. Look at this couch, y'all. It is just so cute to me. I don't want that Wayfair. Do y'all see this little couch? Oh, I just love it. But I said I just can't do it, y'all. I'm in my 18. I'm renting, okay? Maybe if I had purchased this home, I would feel better. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Because I think I want an orange couch this go around. I do think I want that. I told Mariah, I said I can't do it. There's another couch. I'm trying to look for it. I saw this other couch, but once we looked at it on the website, I didn't like it. Shani, I love that couch. I love that couch. She said ADHD and coupon and don't mix. Amber, maybe that's why I stopped. Maybe that's why I stopped. Maybe that's why I stopped, because I couldn't do it. And like, I like the couch, but I don't love it for $2,800. I don't think I'd pay $2,800 for it. I have a friend, and I know people do this. One of my friends, she paid $5,000 for her mattress, and I was like, girl, maybe one day I'll get there because I just can't. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I can't. I just can't imagine that. Retail me not. Danielle, all of that shit was overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Like, y'all know I use GroupMe for stuff too. So one of my group chats is on GroupMe, and I have my notifications off from my family reunion. I get overwhelmed with notifications, so I don't have them on. So I don't look at it until I think about, oh, let me see what's going on. That may be some ADHD stuff. Yeah, I get overwhelmed. No, my TikTok notifications are not on. I just get overwhelmed. I'm scared to look at my TikTok inbox right damn now. I'm gonna have to let Mariah go through it or something. I just can't. If I open my TikTok inbox, I'm gonna see what's on there, y'all. I'm gonna use y'all as a crutch. I get overwhelmed.
Good morning, everybody.
Hold on, Miss J. Miss Jana said happy birthday to baby boy Rentschler. Hold on, y'all. Let me put us back on what we were watching. Here we go. Thank y'all for telling me the fan was on. Let me see, y'all. I'm just scared to look at my inbox. It's 1,000 messages. Oh, Key, I just can't see it, friend. Y'all, it's 1,000 messages. You be sending me red, girl. And I'm gonna tell you, I haven't even checked my inboxes. So if y'all been messaging me, I haven't checked my inboxes really in a while. Normally I try to do it every day, or I might check a few of them. But y'all see, I got ADHD and get distracted easily. I could be mid reading a message, and Mariah say, "Mama," and now I looked up, and now I'm on X or something. Okay, Tess, it's okay, friend. It's okay, but I have to tell people. I don't know, y'all. Maybe when I get settled, I'm gonna go through them. Girl, I know you didn't delete X Key. I feel like that's one of your best apps. I love following Key on X. I think she says some of the most hilarious things, and it's like I wish I was that funny. I wish I was that funny. Key is absolutely hilarious to me, and I love watching her. And I hope you make this a thing, Key. I love watching your live tweets when something is going on. Like once we became familiar with each other, even if I was streaming or doing videos, I would sometimes see, well, when I found out she had an X account, let me say that, see that she would live tweet during the trial. And I thought it was good for people. You know, I think for anyone on here that wants to do content or anything, you have to consider your audience. And when we're watching trials or you're watching shows, there are people who are at work. They are they're at work, they're at school, they are at a doctor's appointment, and they can't watch like you're watching. So they rely on your TikTok videos, your Instagram reels, or they rely on what you post on X. I do think for those of y'all that don't want to be on camera, X is right there. I feel like every person, I don't care. I think like everybody should use social media as a side job. Use it as a side job, because all of y'all talking about something. Okay, I don't want to be on camera. I don't want to show my face. Oh my God, there's ways around that. I just wish, y'all, I wish I had this mindset years ago. I just didn't know that you could do social media in so many different ways. I didn't know. You were. Bia, stop thinking about it. Y'all, I keep telling y'all, the first video I ever did, it garnered 100,000 views in a couple of hours. And it just made me like, oh damn, people like are engaging, they're listening, keep going. And it's almost a year later. I have paid my daughter's tuition off of TikTok, off of Instagram. I mean, not Instagram, TikTok. I really just started making money on YouTube. I probably, and I told y'all I didn't have my video, the monetization turned on. So I just started making money off YouTube. And the money I make on YouTube, TikTok combined is equivalent to me going to work a 9 to 5 every day. See, Amanda, you just have to keep going. Do the damn review. Do the damn review. Bia, send it to me. You want to send it to me first? Do the damn review, y'all. It's not gonna kill you. Y'all talking anyway. Y'all are talking anyway. Period, Amanda. Y'all already talking. Who knew? Y'all know I tell y'all the time I talk a lot. I've talked a lot my whole life. Who knew it was gonna turn into this? T, get over it.
What is now open, you may be seated.
All right, while the jury is on their way in, I need to see counsel at sidebar.
Yes, Black Sheep. Y'all have, man, I'm gonna tell y'all, like, and I know sometimes people be concerned about the negative comments. Girl, during YSL, I was getting so many comments, I wouldn't even see them. I started telling my family, I said, yes, people would be talking mean. I said, child, I'll go try to respond. Somebody else done already responded. Key, when you talk about editing, are you going to be straight talking? Because for me, the most I edit out is if I take a deep breath. That's the most I edit out, or if I say something wrong, because sometimes I do talk fast. But unless you're doing like lifestyle content, which I am going to take an editing class because I want to start doing lifestyle content. And I do want to learn how to edit. But if y'all just on there damn talking, baby, it's simple. You ain't got to do all that. No. Key, they kept telling me I was supporting criminals. Almost every day I got that comment. Almost every day. You out here supporting criminals. You're the reason this is bad. So, yeah.
Please rise for the brief.
At least somebody just said it's black people in Canada. You ever said it? Baby, every other day, baby, they was on me in those comments. But I mean, eventually you'll start getting so many comments, you don't even have time to see it. I just engage with people who I'm talking to. That's how I done learned so many of y'all names. Talking to y'all. Now, Bill, wait a minute. Jaleesa, baby, the comments used to be so funny. I go in there to comment, baby, it'll be 20 comments. I was like, I don't have to.
All right. Mr. Brennan. Jurors, hopefully it'll be comfortable enough in here this afternoon. The court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the courtroom.
Brianna, we need to get on the Zoom then, and we need to figure out this editing. Hold on, y'all, give me a second.
Dr. Rentschler,
Now we back.
you wrote a report back in February 2024,
That's correct, yes, sir.
and in that report you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
In the x-rays that we looked at, or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes,
No
sir.
muscle,
That's correct.
no ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same, no, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, but I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to, there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
We're going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report and PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The
Yes.
question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were, let's see. Uh, 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this
The
matter.
reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that. Correct?
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 cites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 cites, in fact, those are the only cites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of cites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, in this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cutability and its Relation to Lacerations Severity Indices.
Okay.
You know that. You cited that.
That's correct, and it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cutability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct, and that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure, I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Now, what is he doing?
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Like, what is he
Do
doing?
you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial
He
abrasion?
didn't do it.
I do not, no, sir.
He didn't use it.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury, true?
No, not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test. You don't have any information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit, do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Is there anything
Tussle.
where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that. And again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that.
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned?
I think we understand your perspective is that the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption
Y'all ain't gotta
that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welcher ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Wow.
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished or represented.
We've made assumptions.
Oh my
And
God.
have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to make my question a little clearer. Is there anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything in the report, Dr. Rentschler, anything, that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
We knew it.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
You
You're correct.
know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this a different way. You would agree, Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in a collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position, and you don't know the angle of the body,
But y'all have a
collision,
speed.
you cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the basis. Yeah.
So,
If you don't have the
You can-
information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
if you were to
What y'all
do
trying to do it?
a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
So, if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test
No.
to present to a jury.
Giving you
don't you?
possibilities.
I'm going to
allow it
very briefly.
because y'all. Okay. Do you guys see what Hank is trying to do? Hank, y'all remember Dr. Welcher kept saying, well, I didn't know this, I didn't know that, so that's why I didn't do all of these tests. He kept saying there was not enough information available for me to go ahead and do these type of tests. Well, ARCA did them. So what Hank is trying to say is we shouldn't even rely on your testing because y'all don't know what speed the car was going at. You don't know any of that when they have literally insinuated time and time it was at 24 miles an hour. At 24 miles an hour. And he's trying to discredit him like y'all did all this testing and y'all don't even know how fast her car was going. You guys don't know. There was not, y'all don't know where she impacted him, where she hit the man. That is what he's getting at right now. Can we call him Crash Grandpa? Megan, please stop. I just think, and Ariel, this is exactly what I feel like. I think ARCA was simply trying to see if he was hit at 10, 15, hold up, Barty, stop, 10, 15, 20 miles an hour. This is what would have happened if he was hit at these, Barty, please stop, at these particular speeds. They're not saying this is exactly what happened, but if it were here, here, and here, this is what we can tell you would have happened. That's all he's saying. And Hank is really, he is pissed. He does not like ARCA, baby. He's doing what he can to get them out. Barty does need a timeout, French. I feel like she's in timeout every day. Every day, all day. But it's okay. We're going to get her something. And then Khalid, but he doesn't want to hear this. Him staying on that 50% crash dummy is crazy to me because that is exactly what Welcher used. So Hank doesn't want to hear that though. Hank does not want to hear that. Oh, there is a black lady there. I don't know where she came from. Okay, she switched places with the other young lady. I like that pencil skirt chair.
In reading the reports and evaluating the PowerPoint, would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his paint test was supposed to be a reenactment?
Well, what was it, Hank?
Identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of a collision.
He did not state that. That's correct.
So when you've made your criticisms, that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher, you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to
He literally did the test.
When I did that, there's one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. My detailed question is,
Your question.
there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's
Why the hell
report
did he do it?
or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
What did he
When
do
you
the damn
do
test for you?
crash tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What? I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where the variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying in part on Dr.
Not
Wolf's
on your
work.
name.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction, it's can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, if a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually, it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, excuse me, have you seen crash test with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before
I
the
have,
impact?
yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
Maybe if you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision, isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, please?
I feel like he just as good as Dr. L, baby. Who knew he was gonna be this
In
fight?
your PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes,
And you put snippets up on the board?
yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
I don't think so, no. Those are the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet.
It's the back of the car.
And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front-end collisions, because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority, it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct, and that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different, and doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question.
Hey,
When the tests were done, E and F, F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was he, the 24?
miles per hour.
No,
Good
it
test.
didn't hit the center of mass of the
Right.
dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle,
So ask the question again.
Okay.
baby, they tussling.
You have no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
we have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations
I
with
said,
this
let me
jury,
move around.
you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And when you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand,
Yes.
could we see slide 8, please?
Hey, Hank ain't that dumb. He said I better push around. I better move around. Horse, and she just keeps letting him do it.
Okay.
Baby, let me-
Let's
I
try
think he my
slide
favorite.
56. You would agree with me, doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming a center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand.
So
But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure, if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they use the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data?
I'm going to allow that.
I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
What would he?
I'm going to allow it.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again. Did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Were those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
She does.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos, E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question about
Ooh.
debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's in a...
Excuse me, sir.
Y'all, what the hell are we?
In a collision, have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight is shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, just so no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
And so when you're looking
I don't
at
know
your studies,
some.
do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. That has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of
Could I
an
have Exhibit
individual.
73, please?
He didn't even let him finish. Y'all, this is terrible. Hallie, this is terrible.
Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of a taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower, or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, when you were
Hey,
looking
please
at all the
move
other
on.
evidence, did
Please
you look
move
at
on.
this photo of this alleged taillight shard on the front
Hey,
lawn of
please
34
move
Fairview Road?
on.
Were you aware of this?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened,
Ooh.
then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary
Oh,
to what
damn
you're
it.
attempting to
Oh,
conclude.
damn.
Do you have any evidence in your
Hey.
biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the
Hey.
front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I just gotta stop to say, y'all, why the hell is Hank asking this man these type of questions? He just literally told the jury, if you can't even prove there was impact, you can't prove how he got his head injury, we don't need to worry about anything else. Hank, just let this man off the stand. Let him off.
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please?
Why would he ask that?
Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies that this taillight shard was
Yeah,
found
that's what it looks like.
in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found?
Yes.
And where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none, so no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight light shard?
That wasn't part of my answer. Certainly different occurred.
Exhibit 990.
Listen, Andrew. Listen, Black Sheep. Andrew is on.
Do you know what that is, sir?
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that what we're getting at, sir?
Yo! Why
By the way,
would
the
he-
x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initial for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that. It refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please.
Now, why would Hank say, is there a theory of planting evidence? You like?
Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Hank got
Exhibit 201A, please.
This is bad, y'all. This is bad. Why would Hank?
Have you seen this photograph before?
The good
I
doctor-
don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had tail light shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't. Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please?
Y'all, Hank is finishing up.
Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight,
Yes.
that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
Your Honor, we reformat it. Otherwise, I need to see the photos.
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and t-shirt was scraped?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, I need to see the photos.
Jurors, this will be brief.
Okay, thank y'all. Whoever, I saw y'all say sidebar, but I didn't know if you meant right now. Okay, y'all. Hank has officially lost his damn mind. I feel like he is forgetting what side he's on. Why is he asking this man questions that will not benefit his case? I've said it again, y'all. I'm gonna say it again. Hank is a double agent. Deep down, Hank knows that this woman did not hit him with that car. And I think when he's asking these questions, he's forgetting. I'm not her defense attorney. I'm supposed to be prosecuting her. I think he's forgetting. Why would he bring back up to the jury that there is a theory that evidence was planted? That is something you want them to forget. That should have been way out of their minds. They have been hearing an accident reconstructionist for the last 2 days. Why would you make them say, "Oh shit, yeah"? Because there's no way this could have happened if what he showed us on these PowerPoints is true. Definitely plenty evidence. Why would he do that? That's just dumb. Audio.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I think Hank is worse than Larry.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case, did you know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes,
Yes,
specifically his sweatshirt and his t-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis, to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Your Honor, based on the last question, I wonder what Dr. Finch's question was objecting and you described based on the question that was asked. For the same reason I just indicated the sidebar. You just reformatted and straight.
I'll try again.
Okay.
When you looked at these taillight shards
Jay.
that were
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
when you looked at these taillight shards that were consistent with the break in Miss Reed's Lexus, did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection.
Loud.
Start with the different.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Mr. Reed's Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
Oh! Hank, move on. Just move on, Hank. Move on. Move on, please.
Could I have Exhibit 201D, please?
Baby, he is clocking Hank's ass. Do you hear me? He said putting the cart before the horse.
Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic
Girl.
consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well,
that?
if that's what you're
I don't,
telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic
It's not gonna matter.
under a microscope with fibers near the plastic. Is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between
Hey,
Mr. Lee's
y'all
car
ain't
and Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you
I ain't got
see
to
with
move
your
on.
eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look.
He just said they look sharp.
Sustain.
If you look at that for me kindly, can you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp?
I'm going to allow that.
Why is he laughing?
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than
Okay, let's go back
Been
to
looking at the normal eye.
20E. Perhaps that can help. Not under a microscope. If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
yes.
Do you think, doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
No.
I don't think that you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with
He said hell
the
no.
glass. To have
Try again.
superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Try
Do you
again.
think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm, that would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please?
You need to stop playing with this man. You got to stop playing with this man.
Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
Oh my God.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Oh my
Well,
God.
I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There is not, no,
A drinking glass, no?
no.
Hey, stop it.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
Stop, hey.
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle,
You count.
do you expect the damage would look different as far as the brakes in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this
Yeah.
test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the brake would look different?
That the brake would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the brakes looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
Bro,
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
no one knows.
Well,
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not
How
know
he
how
was
John
standing
O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
Nobody.
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or
Is it
different?
all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
It wouldn't be.
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the tail light, at what you say is 24 miles per hour, can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
they are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, yeah, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
Hey,
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb sneaker come off and then stagger backwards and fall on their head
Y'all look at Dr.
on the
Rentschler.
curb. Sneaker come off and then stagger backwards and fall on their head.
I'm going to allow
Doctor?
I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34 Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
I've heard that. I'm asking.
Yeah.
He did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
You want us to come sidebar quickly before I start?
That man said he could get hit by a car and do some somersaults in front of the house. Hank said, can you get hit by the car, trip, and your shoe come off at the curb, and then you stumble back all the way 10 feet to the flagpole, and that's where you at? Hank, y'all. I'm sorry. I know I said this morning it was Dr. L. Baby, Dr. Rentschler got it. Rentschler, he got it for me. Hold up, y'all. I know they at sidebar. Can somebody be watching? I just need to see that one more time.
And you see in your test, you can't tell the full movement and fall and get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head.
He said this idiot.
I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34?
He didn't say that.
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
He did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
You want us to come sidebar quickly before I...
When I tell you, I thought y'all, did y'all hear that? I'm so happy I went back. That man said, you think John O'Keefe did somersaults in front of 34 Fairview? That man said, there's no evidence of what he did. You don't know. And I'm going to say it again. This is my issue with Hank. You ask questions you don't already know the answer to. Why would you ask that man that? Halo. Why would you ask that man that? Especially, Hank, you don't know what happened. Your own accident reconstructionist can't tell you what happened. But you're going to bring your ass up here and ask him, did he stumble over a curb, his shoe come off, and he stuck? Y'all, all I could just see is, because you got to do a few stumbles. You can't just trip over the curb, one, boom, you're down. John would have had to take a... Y'all know what I'm picturing right now. Y'all know Michael Jackson, Thriller. Just a thriller. Like, that's what it's giving to me. Like, he felt like he hit the curb and just, because you got to go back 10 feet, okay? You got to go back 10 feet. He was found at the flagpole. about 10 feet from the street. There's no way in hell. Y'all know what I'm talking about. There's no way in hell he could have done that. Jaleesa, we should have known. We should have known. Listen, we should have known. And see, and this is again, y'all know what I'm talking about. That man failing. That's what Hank wants us to believe. That she said we've gone from pirouette to somersault.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please?
Baby, Dr. R is holding up. We love you. We love you, Dr. R.
Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yeah, I'm trying to allow everything.
I'm going to allow that.
You are.
So, hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
See, Bevo.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
Bill!
That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass.
hold on, Mr. Jackson.
No, you playing.
I can reword it.
Okay.
You're welcome.
No, what
Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
That's all we need to know right there. Y'all
We have
been.
Exhibit 52A, please.
I can't stand it. Oh, I can't stand this place.
Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here.
Brittany, I'm loving AJ today.
I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you
Yeah.
know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please?
She is.
You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please.
If he showed it to me, thank you.
B.
Baby, he is tearing things up.
C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back
look like a
here.
drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street. Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
But was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks or month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in your report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
April 20th, 2021. Page 124, line 16. Yes, 124, line 16. May I approach?
Yes.
You've testified a few times under oath in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you've testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Next question was, did anything
On
sway him?
April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes, or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony in situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question, and if this is your answer, you should read the answer. Were you asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Okay, that did not eat like Hank thought it was. You could have saved that. Ooh. He made it seem like
I have no further
he was going
questions.
to say that.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
He made it seem like whatever he was about to ask point, like it somehow swayed how he did his experiments, or it changed his mind on what he originally thought. He said it didn't. I think it's important for him to know what people have testified to and what they've said. Okay. He did, Big Lou. He did. all of that, like you about to have an aha moment. I'm sitting here nervous, like, oh God, what'd he say? There's nothing. There's nothing. Merch, he walked up there red looking at the jury, and this is your sworn testimony, right? Looking at the jury, all that for nothing. All of that for nothing. I want to know what job John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend has. She must work nights. She must work night shift. She's always in court. Ariel, he asked him specifically, like, did witness testimony, did any of these things shape his conclusions? He said no. He said, I knew about the witness testimonies in the last trial. They would call, they would update me. Excuse me, but it didn't shape anything. So you showing us his testimony where he says he received it does what? He said he had. It's worth the Jasmine. Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Rentschler, you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information, and again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you for that.
To get through this, I'm going to let you just
you.
answer the question.
Sorry,
And-
Ron.
And with regard to, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those
Yes.
questions at the beginning of his
Let's
cross-examination?
talk about
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay, wasn't them.
No,
It's a client, correct?
it was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you
Come on, AJ.
for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Rentschler, where is my, as I stand here, where is my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there. Right?
Yes.
So what would happen if I was hit by a vehicle, front collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass?
It's going to flip you. Your center of mass will go, you'd go right up. If it was coming right at you and it hits you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different, the back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field in the test F as in Foxtrot. Well, actually, you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct. Yes, I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Rentschler, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis, your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred, if the injuries don't match up. If you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to watch the foreman question.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case,
I'm done.
all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that, Your Honor.
Be honest.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm done. I'm done. I am done, guys.
Doctor, you just said that you do not believe that there was a fender vault collision. Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was
He just said he don't know.
that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m., is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass?
Yeah.
Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
We have a clip. Okay. Judge,
Thanks.
can I come sidebar?
Okay.
So what is Hank doing, y'all? What is Hank doing right here? I didn't like the way he said okay. Normally he says that dumbass okay and he keeps moving. This time he says okay and he asks for a sidebar. Y'all, but normally he says that okay. He says that dumbass okay all the time. But this time he's going up there. And y'all remember he kept asking him about the glass in his nose. Y'all, I know which interview he's talking about, but I don't know when it came out. And why would it be an issue for him to have seen the interview when Welcher saw it too? You think he playing red? There is not a video emerge of him holding that glass getting out of her car. There is not a video of him holding that glass getting out the car. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here. There's evidence of him having it at the waterfall, right? He walked out with it at the waterfall, but I don't recall. There's nothing with him in front of 34 Fairview with that glass. Maris, I don't know what Hank is up to with this glass, but hell, Hank's just been dumb as hell this whole cross, so who knows? But that okay, normally, like I said, normally his dumbass okay, he keeps going. But this time he got the okay, and then he said, "Can I have a sidebar?" Big Lou, if it's a video of him getting out that car, then you show me her hitting him. Exactly, because it would have been right there. Hold on, Heather. Oh, I hadn't seen, normally people put in Sue stuff in the comments. I just hadn't seen it. Oh, look at Jasmine. 12 jurors write as he testifies that O'Keefe's injuries were not caused by a collision. Okay, we're not, because he said they weren't. No, we would have heard some ring camera. Jurors are alert when he asks Brennan if it's in evidence. Is there a photo or video of John getting out of the car with it? Otherwise, it's just glass. No, Haley, he just said he needed a sidebar. He's trying to get his testimony thrown out. You think so, Nika? Why? What's the issue? Shit. Okay, the glass, Catherine said, is from the Hulu doc that came out in March. I don't remember if it was talked about in the first trial. The first trial, I think I do remember them talking about the blood coming from his face. And remember, we were like, oh, that's how she had all of that blood, because they said she looked like a mad woman. She had blood all over her face, all in her hair. I remember that. Y'all, what's going on? Brianna said, just about to go home. Princess said, probably alleged he's been watching testimony. But my thing is, if he said he didn't know if he saw a video of it or someone told him. And if we're being real, Dr. Welcher looked at those interviews as well.
You were asked about whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
What?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
So when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a half centimeter abrasion, and then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side, and then the skull fracture. It's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the half centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a half centimeter abrasions, about an eighth of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics and the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Oh, you don't.
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. To certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
You can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary as one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it?
Objection.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that taillight break, sir? How'd it break that night?
I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Rentschler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why does Hank end on the stupidest shit? Hold up. Sorry. Sorry, y'all. I thought that was a trigger.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Rentschler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How would Hank end right there? That's just
Is there an objection? So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay.
right there.
They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
Okay, y'all. Okay, now I can say it again. Why would Hank? The captions were on. Hold on. They have been on. Yeah, captions are on. Let's see. Yeah, the captions are on. I'm not sure why they weren't showing just then, but they're on, Ashley. They are on. Now, why? I'm going to say it again. AJ is asking to admit something into evidence. And it looks like Bev is saying subject to their discussion. He can put it into evidence. He's saying he thought that it already been cleared. She said she marked it for identification only. So we'll see. We'll see what they're going on. Old bag, I can't address her. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Catherine, allegedly, this is their last witness. This is their last witness. And for people talking about cash trafficking trial, I do want to watch that trial. Hopefully we're done with this one and then we can probably go back and watch it. But I did want to watch it to kind of see what they're alleging that he did and what their theory is. Erin says she just saw Miss Love. I think y'all know it's always crazy to me. Rappers work so hard to change their lives, get out the hood, everything. And it's just crazy to me how so many of them, and I attribute this to coming from families who don't talk about finances. I came from a family who didn't, so I'm 38 and I'm still learning. But I always think that it's crazy how, look at Fetty Wap, ended back up in the feds for selling drugs. Then you got this guy he is sex trafficking. It is always crazy to me because poor money management skills. They don't have anyone to tell them no. They hadn't worked on themselves and how they can end right back up where they started. That is always just crazy to me. Y'all, we don't know who that is in the green. I wish we did. She's wearing a hot pink blazer, Erin. Well, for those of you that need a dose of Miss Love, trial is starting. Is it his name was Cash Out? Let me make sure. He sung this song Ride Around with that Nina. I think, let me make sure, y'all. I think it's Cash Out. Yeah, I think it's Cash Out. Yep, it's Cash Out, y'all. That was his name. Oh, Bag said, I wonder if it's strategic. Hell, not the land, not this late in the trial. I hope not. Yes, Taylor, for sex trafficking, they were doing, I just looked it up. They were doing jury selections a week ago. And now they've started. I'm gonna have to go watch it. I definitely want to see it. Yep, I would definitely like to see it. It's just, man, people do not understand. I say this all the time. I can't speak for other communities. I can only speak for mine. And in our community, there are so many people who lack the skills needed to not only make money, but keep money and earn more money. So many people lack the skills. Y'all think they're sea fillers? I don't know, Anna. Possible. Yeah, y'all getting on my nerves and my court will be over. It is 3:36, and y'all know Bev does not play. Bev does not play. It's not just Georgia, Shanny. They're doing this everywhere. It's rappers everywhere. It's man, like I look at like Chameleonaire. You haven't heard of him in forever, but he made some really great investments. He's still living great. I just saw that Bobby Brown, he now owns his masters to Don't Be Cruel. He said that pays his bills. That album alone. And if you set it up right, it can be so good for you. Key, I gotta go see. Honey, yeah. Yeah, I think court's about to be over. I mean, we know Bev at this point. It's 3:37. It's 3:37. Let's see. I don't know who. Let's see who the judge is. Let me see if there's an article right here. They say they did this in 2022.
Jurors, we're going to release you for the day. We will see you tomorrow morning. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Rise to the jury.
So the judge in the cash out case, is y'all heard she spell? Let me tell y'all how she spells her name. Her name is Melanie. Her mama got too creative. That's how she spells Melanie. Girl, Miss Love still her courtroom.
May be seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
All rise for the court, please.
Hold on. Hold on, let me see. We can watch some of this. Hold on. Let me exit out of this. Oh, y'all. They say this is not long. So they're doing opening statements in this case.
Evidence in his case from the evidence, act with criminal intention, or in the elevator, please do not attempt to communicate. I encourage you to approach them if you have any questions. You will report to the hallway that you just came through next to courtroom 8C and ring the buzzer always that says Judge Leftrich next to it.
Okay, Shannon said it's more than 20 minutes. And since it's more than 20 minutes, immediately after this one, let me go ahead and create the link. For those of y'all that want to see it, I want to see it. So I'm gonna go ahead and create the link immediately after Karen Reed is done. Then I'm gonna watch this one. Okay. It's cash out, right? I'll fill in the information in a little bit, but I want to start the live. Bev's gonna end at like 4. So I'm gonna just schedule it for 4. I'm scheduled for 14 because I want to watch that one. Okay. Court's gonna be over. She's gonna go and then come back. Cash out. Okay, great. Oh, we're gonna go look at cash out. He had court today. Opening statements were today. So we're gonna watch that immediately after Karen Reed. So yeah. Hold on. Yes, it is Erin. Her name that's who his judge is. What about R. Kelly? Chelsea. Becky. It's only like 30 more minutes. Mariah be okay with that. It's Kylie who will come in here. She said, "You still working?" I said, "Yes." Y'all, hold up. Okay. Oh, wait. Chelsea said, R. Kelly's lawyer. What, Chelsea? Oh, I think that is her, Erin. I think that is her. I'll confirm it. I'll text Caitlin and ask her, but I think that is her. I think that is her. Is the mom trial? What mom trial? Y'all, it's just too many trials. What mom trial? By a hired inmate? Chelsea, let me tell you what your comment makes me think about. Her comment makes me picture it. Y'all remember when OJ Simpson got home and like he started getting on social media, he would just be on there talking about stuff? I could see R. Kelly live 24 hours a day on there singing, doing whole shows, just always live. Baby, I could see a Tiny Desk. Well, they may not do a Tiny Desk. His own version of Tiny Desk. in his living room. Do you hear me? In his living room. Y'all remember when Jasmine Sullivan, when it was COVID and she did hers and it looked like she was in her front room or something? R. Kelly gonna be selling $65 tickets to see him perform in his front room. She is, baby. I'm telling y'all, if that is granted, if what Chelsea said is true, I can see it. I can see that, y'all. I can see that man online. That man will be on every streaming. He'll be on StreamYard. He'll be streaming to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and X at one time. His mama was also charged. Mirror, I'm gonna have to get some articles. Maybe we'll find some and we'll read. Mama asked, can I come see it live? Oh yeah, first we said, oh shit, hold up, y'all. Why y'all didn't remind me that I didn't have it pulled up? Paul's been back for us. He was back not long after he left. He's a rapper, Lily. I think he had this, and y'all know, I told y'all when I worked, we would work records all the time. That was that's how I remember. That was one of the records that we worked. That was his Cash Out's record was one of the records that we worked when it first came out. I feel like he may have come to Memphis on a promo run. I don't remember, but he may have. Brandy, I'm sorry, but I think, listen, if they make it, let me see what Chelsea said. Let me see. Chelsea, let's see if I can Google it. See, all right. Here it is. It says, R. Kelly's lawyers are requesting his release after an alleged murder for hire plot in his North Carolina prison. Robert Kelly, 58, has been serving a 30-year sentence for racketeering and sex trafficking since 2022. Damn, I ain't know he been in jail that long. But lawyers for the Ignition singer say he should be moved from federal prison to home detention after 3 Bureau of Prison officials allegedly devised a plot to have him killed by another inmate. Now, you know that's just crazy. Why would they be plotting to kill that man? Y'all, why would they be trying to kill that man? It says federal officers have solicited the murder of R. Kelly because he intends to expose the corruption underlying his federal prosecutions. We have filed our motion to make sure that they fail. Kelly's attorney wrote, the only thing that can protect Mr. Kelly behind the prison walls now is the fact that the world is watching, and he will call on the courts and President Trump to help out to end the corruption. Says the Bureau of Prisons declined to say anything about that. They say his team provided a sworn statement from an inmate saying the officials offered to release. Oh, this messy, y'all. Y'all, they said they offered to release him amid his terminal illness in exchange for Kelly's murder. He is a leader of the Aryan Brotherhood. God damn it. Alleged he was previously directed to order beatings and killings by a prison official who also ordered the killing of Kelly. Stein said he was transferred in March to the Federal Correctional Institute facility in North Carolina, where he was being held in the same unit. Once Stein carried out the killings, he claimed the official said he would be allowed to escape the facility. And though he'd be charged with murder, evidence would be mishandled, resulting in no conviction. However, to Stein's declaration, he had a change of heart and told Kelly about the plot. Kelly's lawyers also claimed that in June, the second inmate from the Aryan Brotherhood was directed to kill both Stein and Kelly. Kelly is serving his sentence in North Carolina after his 2021 and 2022 convictions for racketeering, sex trafficking, child pornography, and enticement. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison in a Brooklyn federal court in 2022 and 20 years in a Chicago federal court. Lord, the man got 50 years. Okay. 1 year from the latter sentence is said to be served consecutively. Oh, okay. What? Hey, Jan. Yeah, this too much. Not they hired the man to kill R. Kelly. First of all, he's terminally ill, okay? Must still be in good physical condition. Hired him to kill R. Kelly. And then he say, you know what, I can't do it. So they say, well, we're going to hire somebody to kill you and R. Kelly. What in the odds is going on? Be it they are going to ask him, and I think Trump is going to let him. I think I told y'all that when I saw he was pardoning people and all this, I said, okay, R. Kelly's probably going to be next. I said he's probably going to do it. Trump doesn't give a damn. He assaults women. He doesn't really care. They're going to let him out. They already have. Be it. Well, he just said it too. We're going to ask Trump. Damn. Yeah, that is crazy. Thank you, Chelsea, for letting us know. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is insane that is happening. It's just too much going on. I mean, I hate it. I just hate it, man. That gang is real. They said keep Kelly free smart. I just saw that he asked for bond again. They did not. He put up $4.5 million. They said no for Trump to let him out, but they seems like you might be right. I just feel like Trump just doing shit. So I just figured they let him go. It's fair. I only see Fed charges merch. I don't see state. I see both the Chicago and New York charges are federal. That's it. He did. Damn, y'all. This is. But my thing is, I'm wondering, the lawyers are probably just trying to get something out in the public or whatever, because they can't believe the only solution is to let him go. They can't believe that. They just can't be for real in that assumption. They can't believe that. Yes, Key, I saw that. I said, damn, Dirk really trying, and they saying no. They're saying no. I'm really interested to see what the evidence is in that case, Key, because you know what? I don't remember what was going on, but I didn't get to read the indictment. I'll have to find it so that I can read it. I do remember people saying that some of the plane tickets were purchased through his company. So we'll have to see. She did, Shani. She did say, give me 10 minutes. I'll be back out, but we'll see. Key. I said, why the hell is he dragging that lady like that? Which department, Nene? Okay, you good. Have y'all ever been to one of his concerts before? Not Dirk or Kelly. I think I've been like 5 times. I've been to many concerts, and when I tell everyone I was in there like it was my first time. Hell, one concert, because I worked for the record company. Child, I think I went twice in 1 week one time. Wow. He was dragging that girl. I don't know. Red, I only saw that on X. And if I'm being real with you, Red, if it comes across my timeline, I see, but I saw it. I just didn't care enough to go figure out what the issue was. I didn't care enough. I feel like, listen, each one of those people, I thought it was a great move for him to invite Lucci on the stand. Maybe he talked to Thug. Maybe they're all trying to act like grown, mature young men and move on. I don't know. I just don't care enough to like give it no real energy for real. Shanny, they did. They did. And I told LP, I told him I'm gonna have to have him on the show one day. I think being an assistant was one of the best, worst jobs because I worked for a man who was always traveling, always moving. So he would literally go out party and call you at 3 a.m. and say, I ain't gonna make that flight. Can you change that flight? Baby, he would literally do that. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Key, I don't know what he was saying. I was actually confused. Okay? I was actually confused at what the message he was trying to convey. I don't know what he was talking about. Talking about he's like Wi-Fi. He connected everywhere. I said, okay. Yeah, I'm just not invested in their lives like that. I might see what's going on X, and I might talk to with my friends, but just really just concerned though. I don't know. I think y'all she wanted Hank to look over that PowerPoint presentation, Dr. Rentschler's, and see what they're going to actually admit into evidence. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking about when I saw it. It's been 10 minutes, guys. It has. But don't know what Bev has going on. Hold on, let me ask. Hold on, y'all. Mel, you're gonna have to come visit me in Grady come October because I got the imagery for CB concert. What's the imagery? Oh, meet and greet. Capture. I'm going to go see Chris Brown too, but I don't know about no meet and greet tickets. I still haven't purchased my tickets for that or Beyonce. I'm holding out. Every time I put the tickets in my cart because I have to buy mine and Mariah's, I click off. I maybe one day I'll get drunk and I'll go buy them. I saw it. I figured it out, Jasmine. You're seeing him 4 times. Chris Brown. Girl, really? Chris Brown is cute, child. It's the cigarettes that turn me off every time. Him and them cigarettes. I just imagine his hands smell like nicotine. He probably a nice man, but I feel like that nicotine in the back of his throat. No. I'm gonna have to, Chelsea. That's the only way I'm gonna purchase them. No. Bia, you're going twice too? He does, Dave. There are plenty of pictures of him walking around with those seeds. Yeah, plenty of pictures, child. I just imagine it's in the back of his throat. Not you going to London. I'll be at the Atlanta show. I will be at the Atlanta show And I don't know which day I'm going to see Beyonce, but it'll be one of those shows. Really, Mira? I hear. The reason I'm going, I'm not like a super big Chris Brown fan, meaning I know his music. I'm familiar with a lot of older music, but I can't tell you I've just sat and listened to an album recently. I'm going because I hear he puts on a great show and Mariah really wants to go. I've heard that. I heard he puts on an amazing, I heard he puts on a great show. I told y'all when I went to the concert to see Mary J, I didn't expect Neo to put on such a great show, but he did. Why? Oh, y'all show got canceled, Key. I remember. Yeah, Lily, I'll be there, girl. I'll be at that show. Now, where am I going to be sitting at the show, Lily? I can't answer that yet. My best friend paid she said she paid $555 for her tickets to Chris Brown. And I can't believe it. My friend does not spend money like that. Makes amazing money, but does not spend money like that. I'd spend some money like that, but child, I don't know if I'm going to do it. I have to buy a ticket for myself and Mariah. Now, if I could put Mariah like closer to the stage and I go up top, I would do that. But I actually like going to concerts with her. Oh, yes, Lynn, we saw that he's back. Ash, you coming? Wait a minute. Ash, you coming to the Atlanta show? You didn't tell me. I know you bought your tickets, though. I remember you told me you bought your tickets. You didn't tell me you were going to be at the Atlanta show. Because now I'm going to have to text you and we're going to have to fight about it. Now we're going to have to fight about it, Ash. We need to do like, I'm going to text you. I paid too much for my ticket, but Brianna, this is literally my response. When it's something I want, I don't remember you telling me Atlanta. I knew you were going to the show, Ash, but I just don't remember Atlanta. But Brianna, this is me all the time. If it's something that's too much, I just be like, fuck it, we ball, baby. Every time. I can't remember. I don't remember her telling me it was the Atlanta one. I don't remember her telling me it was the Atlanta show. Shani, I don't. She said Atlanta, y'all. I'm gonna text her and see. I don't remember her telling me the Atlanta show. That's bad. I do remember because I remember when she bought her ticket. Damn, Bia. So Bia, if you talking about Janae, then I know what live y'all talking about. And that live, I was drinking on that live. I know what y'all talking about now. No, Key, I do not holler that often. I don't holler that often because the one good thing about these last couple of years, like I sit down so much more. So I'm not doing a lot. Mariah's in college now. Her senior year was crazy. She got her car now. I don't have anything else to really buy. So I ain't no fucking we bought, okay? Because I'm sitting in the house. I'm sitting in the house though. You're going in October. I think Bia, I remember you saying you're going in August and October. Okay, now y'all gonna have to make me look at the tickets again. I hadn't looked at them in about 3 weeks. I told you every time I try to buy the tickets, my mind tells me don't do it. Hold on. No. I just don't remember that, Ash. And the only reason has to be because I was drinking on the live. But I do remember Bia telling us about the Janae show. I do remember that. Now, what's this about T-Pain? Y'all, it's just too much. I can't do it, Key. I need to ask somebody. Yeah, why is the ticket October 3rd for $65? Hold on, y'all. I just saw a ticket for $65. It's probably so high up. Hold on. I heard him say something about agency. I'm really not mad about the agency because trial one, they said all type of stuff. I'm finna look. I'm about to look. They said all type of stuff. Okay, y'all, let's see. August 30th. Oh, he's got, I didn't know it's 2 shows. Okay, let's see what we can find on that Saturday. Girl, let's see. Y'all, when I tell y'all the good seats, $1,500. You want to sit on the floor though? It's some tickets for $800. Too bad it's 2 of us. $500, y'all. This some bullshit. This is some bull. Mariah need a job. Hold up. Y'all doing Sunday. Okay, y'all on the Sunday show. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look at the Sunday. Y'all, this is terrible. Every time I be like, oh, let me look. I just get disappointed. Okay, let's look at Sunday. Barchi. Girl. I need to, man. I just... Go back on. Oh, I'm just not hearing it. Okay.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, so I had a minute to look at the PowerPoint. Are you in agreement on the PowerPoint?
We're not. I do not want to admit it. I don't think it's substantive evidence.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
It's exactly the substance of Dr. Welch's PowerPoint.
Which was not objected to, right?
Your Honor, the court keeps saying that, yes, there were things that Mr. Leslie objected to, yes. There were things that...
But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
It's been, we're all under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Leslie's given to do regarding PowerPoint. That's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We've taken out all hearsay, a discussion of the opinions or thoughts, thought processes.
Oh, what's the problem?
All the tests that were completed and done, exactly as Dr. Wood's PowerPoint was done. Dr. Wood's PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of the drop test is in Dr. Welch's PowerPoint. There are, most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Things have been slowed down. So the videos are the same, but the videos that Dr. Rentschler used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, were slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, about which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need it.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not, regarding the videos.
I'm confused on why we doing this.
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now, so I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this, okay? So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welch's. I did not object to Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from introducing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. If they had an objection to the PowerPoint, they should have proposed that objection before it was displayed for the jury.
Well-
The jury has now seen the entire PowerPoint. I think it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it hurts their case. If they didn't want to put certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing it before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed not in part, in whole, as it now sits before the jury, sits before the court for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
Okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess. It's no different.
All right.
Shannon Burgess's PowerPoint is in evidence.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence and you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else do?
Mr. Leslie needs to, I didn't mean to interrupt.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor,
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence. After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, it's late in the day. We would like to renew our motion for required finding of not guilty at the close of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if the court prefers when we got tomorrow morning.
Okay. Is that all we have left now? I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would it?
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
Okay, great. So,
The only other technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt. I think they've been marked for identification.
no, they were marked as evidence, right?
They're marked as exhibits.
Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're come into evidence, Your Honor.
Are they?
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're in evidence, they're in. If it's identification.
So I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point. Okay.
As long as they're in evidence and I can use them in closing argument, then
If I can, for clarity, Your Honor, they're exhibits. I have Y.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance. I'll use this court's parlance. Yes, it's YYY, ZZZ, AAA, BBB.
So that means that, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know what we're talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Right. So, and I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification. Now they will become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
We all know.
My whole point in wanting to be heard is that they're not in evidence, and I want to make sure they get it. That's my point.
I bet they can't stand her ass. God damn. just so nasty.
What number are we at, Madam Court Reporter?
Exhibit 230.
Okay, and we'll do A, B, C, D.
So is it Y, Z, A, and B? I think I have.
Now, I can't believe Hank said, I better not put this man back up on this stand.
I don't think I have. Counsel, I'm not sure I have
You
those.
put it up, Aaron. I thought
All right, so we will make, so as of now, they're in evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I just get the numbers before we read these things?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
230A through C. 230C.
All right.
Council, there are four.
Four of them,
A through D.
wow.
just so the record, this is limited in saying different things. The remark for identification is triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B.
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of the whole court's marking. As soon as you do that, I'm good and I'll get out of here.
It looks like we're about to have record watch, y'all.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
All right. We will, so everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready. I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brennan, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you tomorrow. We'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock?
That would be great.
Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, Y, 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 Z, 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 A, 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 and B, 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 B are 223A through D,
No rebuttal, Big Lou.
if you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay?
223.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters of closing argument. Last year, we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask for an hour and a half.
Council, can you just let this pass? No, I got it, but now you can go.
I would ask for. I would ask for an hour and a half for final summation, given the gravity of the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced. I think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see about an hour. Let me see. Yeah, you would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the
I
same?
don't have a position. I'll take whatever the defense gets.
Let me think about it.
Yes,
All right,
Your Honor.
so we will see.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
Goodbye.
Okay. Where's Lacey? Closing arguments on Friday. Closing arguments on Friday. How do y'all feel about the fact that Hank? Okay, y'all, let's go. Here you go, Aaron. We were supposed to be doing something totally different. I know my child waiting on me to go to the gym, so I'll probably go to the gym, come in, and tonight I gotta watch the cash out. I have to watch it. Gotta watch the cash out thing, but my mind is blown. My mind is blown. I just knew we would probably spend 2 days with Wiltshire and the other rebuttal witnesses. Now we have closing arguments on Friday. Hold on, who is this? We've got closing arguments on Friday. Yeah. What? Ronnie, what? What? We can only pray for a not guilty verdict on the 13th. Do y'all think we're going to have closing arguments and a verdict on Friday too? It's in there, Aaron. If you need me to put it down again, I will. Y'all, let me see. Let me see if she... Did I miss something? No. Y'all think it'll be on Monday. Shani thinks Monday. So, Shani, you're thinking about 15 hours of deliberation, maybe? They got to read the jury instructions. Okay, so Shani says Monday. So now we're back to about 6 to 8 hours. Y'all, I can't believe that Hank said, I'm not going to call Dr. Wiltshire. And he's there. Dr. Wiltshire, well, I don't want to say he's there. Let's say yesterday, Hank said, listen, how long it's going to take, I'll bring Dr. Wiltshire back. That's what Hank said yesterday. That's what yesterday Hank was like, I'll bring him back. Hold on, I see my girl join. Hey, girl.
First of all, untrue. The allegations are not true. Quit saying that shit.
Aaron. So no baby.
No baby. By the man I've never met who lives 800 miles away from me.
Mercy, he said no more. Did you see Key, Aaron?
I do. And she started it. Don't think I forgot. You're the one who told Yates to make the needle point.
Look at her.
You know what? Let me get off this live.
Too early for the belly. We got to revisit in 3 months. Alice, goodbye.
I'm sick of y'all. Okay, are you gonna watch this cash out trial?
Yeah, I already got the live up.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it too.
I got the live up so that we can watch it. But okay, you
want to down? What
the baby tape
down?
Down. We're gonna get off this one then. I thought y'all really had some more to say about Karen because I'm just really in confusion right now. But I have another live already prepped. So if y'all done with Karen, we'll get off this and then let's watch Cash Out.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
Okay, I'll put the link in, Aaron. Okay. Hold up. Damn, I'm up here just ending the stream because I told Aaron I'll see you later. It's like other people I have to say goodbye to. So y'all, I'm about to end this stream. I thought y'all wanted to talk about Karen for a little bit, but I'm going to end this one and let's watch the Cash Out opening statements from today. I thank you guys so much for joining this live. all of the super chats. Thank you for liking the live, sharing the live, coming and keeping the vibe good in here. But I'm leaving this one and we're going to the other one. Okay, look, kids, she just acting like a spoiled brat. I'm leaving this live and I'm going to the other live, y'all. So I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.